LoveLore Library. Chapter 520, Want a Picture. Chapter 520, Want a Picture. It's him. It's him. Jerome Yemen pointed at Qin Zhao, who was climbing out of the pool. He's the one who killed Adalway. Roar. The grandfather let out a huge roar. He threw Jerome aside and rushed toward Qin Zhao. Careful. Charlotte knew how terrifying the grandfather was. Right now, the grandfather was charging at Qin Zhao. Charlotte was worried, but she couldn't do anything. So it seemed that he would die here. No one had much hope that Qin Zhao could survive. That monster was the underground king of New York City. Seeing the grandfather rush over, Qin Zhao raised his right arm and swung down. Boom! The big and small fists clashed. Qin Zhao took 2 steps back. The grandfather's right arm shattered. Everyone stared at Qin Zhao in disbelief. Not dead. That guy didn't die. He took one of the grandfather's hits. Not only that, he also shattered the grandfather's right arm. Is he a monster too? The grandfather was shocked too. He'd never met anyone who could take one of his punches. No wonder you could kill Adalway. The grandfather stared at Qin Zhao menacingly. His right arm grew back. The soul fragments that had been shattered returned to his body. The injuries meant nothing to him. Mr. Qin, you're not his match, Charlotte reminded. He's the leader of the Evil Spirit Society. I thought the Evil Spirit Society was something impressive, but you end up having this brute as the leader. Qin Zhao's words were the stalk of hay that broke the grandfather's back. Ah, die. I'm going to kill you. No one had ever dared to say such ridiculous words to him. The grandfather raised his fist again. This punch contained all his hatred and fury. Charlotte felt that even the air had turned vicious. The mage looked at the grandfather from before. She'd never seen him like this, so angry and furious. This strength was completely above a mortal, right? Qin Zhao was face to face with the grandfather. He could feel how terrifying that fist was. He took a deep breath. His clenched fist cracked and popped. Qin Zhao stepped forward and his right arm started enlarging. Gasp! Charlotte inhaled sharply. What kind of spell is that? Qin Zhao's right arm was now as large as the grandfather's arm. It also shone with metallic light. The 2 monstrous fists crashed once again. An explosion sounded in the air. Everyone nearby covered their ears. The grandfather's right side shattered instantly. Everyone stared at Qin Zhao incredulously. He was terrifying. The mage was especially shocked. It wasn't her first time against the grandfather and she'd experienced how horrifying he was. But today, the grandfather had actually lost to someone in terms of strength. You're so weak, Qin Zhao said provocatively. That's all you got? The grandfather bared his teeth at Qin Zhao. You want to see my true power? He asked with a deep growl. Sure. You won't be all talk and no action, right? Okay. You want to see my true power, then I'll make it easy for you. The grandfather opened his mouth at the sky. Exhale, inhale, exhale, inhale. A very obvious air current was produced in the surroundings. An evil spirit who was fighting with a witch nearby was sucked uncontrollably into the grandfather's mouth. The evil spirit wailed, but his wails didn't get him the grandfather's sympathy. Next, another evil spirit, a third. A fourth. More and more evil spirits were sucked into the grandfather's mouth. His body started expanding. In an instant, the grandfather was twice as big. This wasn't his limit. He was still wildly swallowing the nearby evil spirits. The mage's expression changed drastically. Stop him. Hurry and stop him. As she spoke, the mage cast a spell at the grandfather. LoveLore Library. The other witches also started casting spells to stop the grandfather from swallowing more evil spirits. But before the spells reached him, they distorted. Next, the spells were also sucked into the grandfather's mouth. The attacks by the witches and wizards didn't stop the grandfather. Instead, they provided him with more power. The grandfather's body grew bigger and bigger. He was already more than 5 meters tall, but this wasn't his limit. The bigger he was, the stronger his absorption. The filth spirits in the hotel were also affected. They started pouring out of the mouths of their hosts and surging toward the grandfather from all directions. Mr. Chin, only you can stop him now. Hurry and stop him. We can't let him keep swallowing them. Seeing that her companions were powerless, Charlotte could only look to Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao glanced at the grandfather before him. Don't you think he looks really cool now? I want to see how big he can get. Are you crazy? Charlotte yelled. Do you even know what you're doing? Stop him while there's still a chance, the mage also spoke up. Who has a phone? Lend it to me. I want to take a selfie with him. Can you not kid around? No, I'm serious. I really want to take a picture to remember this. Chen Zhao looked at Charlotte with a serious and genuine expression. Hundreds of evil spirits and a large number of filth spirits were gathered. These distorted souls made the grandfather's body expand to 10 times the original size. The bloated 10-meter-tall body shook the ground. Are you satisfied with how I am now? The grandfather looked down at Chen Zhao. He was already imagining how he would torment Chen Zhao. The mage's expression was very uncomfortable. She'd never seen the grandfather use this tactic before. Never. Evil spirits could swallow each other, but there was a limit to that. Usually, an evil spirit would be at its limit after swallowing 3 or 4 of their own kind. However, the grandfather seemed not to have a limit. He'd swallowed so many evil spirits. He was undefeatable now, right? Even that man wouldn't be able to defeat such a monster. I'm satisfied, but can I get a picture with you? Do I seem easy to fool? The grandfather's expression was a bit twisted. Even he was uncomfortable at containing so many evil spirits at once. He didn't want to drag this out anymore. He raised his right arm. Come, use the power that you're so proud of to fight with me. I feel so ashamed now. Chen Zhao shrugged helplessly. It's useless even if you surrender now. You killed Adalway. You must die. I didn't surrender. Where did you see me surrender? So, you still want to struggle? It's really tiring looking up at you like this. Will you take a picture with me or not? Go die. Chapter 521, Say Cheese. Chapter 521, Say Cheese. The grandfather already stepped toward Chen Zhao. Charlotte and the mage both looked desperate. It was a monster that no human could deal with. Nobody could save that man. Blackie, if you still won't attack, I'll really die. Just when everyone thought that Chen Zhao was dead for sure, suddenly, the grandfather's legs were severed without warning. It was as if they had been sliced off neatly by something sharp. What? Just then, a similar wound appeared from his left shoulder to his right belly. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. What? 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 Charlotte and the mage did not understand what was happening, and neither did the grandfather. The grandfather looked at his disintegrating body in confusion. The next instant, he felt his body spin. To be precise, his head was spinning. The grandfather's head dropped in front of Chen Zhao. Nevertheless, his head alone was about as tall as Chen Zhao. Say cheese. Chen Zhao took out a phone from nowhere. Snap. Everyone was speechless, while the grandfather was horrified. His enormous body had been continuously cut apart by a mysterious force. The detached parts would then vanish. Chen Zhao patted the grandfather's head. Any last words? Don't kill me. Oh, no last words. Farewell. Chen Zhao's mouth of glutton opened and ate half of the grandfather's head in one bite. Charlotte and the mage were astonished. That swallow all, right? Yes. I thought the 7 Demon King spells were long lost. What's the spell that cut the grandfather into pieces? I don't know. That man is too powerful, the mage said with a serious expression. The mouth of glutton could now easily swallow the grandfather's head, although Chen Zhao felt rather full. Nonetheless, he realized that there was a foreign object in the mouth. Soon, the mouth spit something out. It was a key. What's this? Chen Zhao was baffled. Was there even a thing that the mouth of glutton could not digest? Forget it. I'll keep it for now. Mr. Chen, thank you so much. Without you, I don't even know how badly this will end. Charlotte approached Chen Zhao. She realized that Chen Zhao was covered in mystery. The power Chen Zhao had displayed was simply astounding. It was incredible. The grandfather, whom she thought was nearly invincible, was actually bullied and killed so easily. Even after the grandfather had used his trump card, he was still overpowered. In fact, the grandfather probably did not even know how he had lost. The onlookers were more clueless. Nevertheless, they knew one thing for sure: this man was extremely powerful. Just then, Yura, Cheryl, and Margaret ran over. Yura leaped in Chen Zhao's arms. Brother, are you all right? I was so worried. Sure enough, a younger sister's value was obvious only at this moment. No matter how dangerous the situation had been, Chen Zhao would be healed by Yura's concern. Of course, Chen Zhao had done nothing much. He was not injured at all. After swallowing the grandfather's head, he was actually more energetic. Mr. Chen, you fell from the room. Are you really fine? Margaret was still in shock. At first, Chen Zhao had been killing the monsters on the windows, but then the edge of the room suddenly exploded. Chen Zhao fell down from the hole. The 3 ladies in the room were all startled. I fell into the swimming pool. I'm fine. Chen, there are so many corpses in the hotel, Cheryl said. None of our business, Chen Zhao said. They'll surely take care of that. Then now what? Find a place to sleep. Mr. Chen, if you don't mind, you can go to my place, the mage invited. I also own a hotel, the mage said. Oh, all right. But wait first, our luggage is still inside. I'll have someone bring them to you. Okay, thank you. When Chen Zhao brought the 3 to the so-called hotel, they were very surprised. It was not really a high-rise hotel, but rather a seaside villa area, or a high-class self-service hotel. It was like the agritainment houses in China, but much more superior. There was no indoor service in such a hotel. Usually, there would be upscale living facilities, but the guests had to do everything else themselves. Before Chen Zhao came here, he had read about these high-end self-service hotels. A normal villa hotel cost about $4,000 per night. Chen Zhao was quite rich, but he was not going to spend his money like this. Even the luxury suites in Oman's hotel only cost $2,000 per night. Of course, he would not mind if someone was paying for him. Chen Zhao did not expect that old woman to be so rich. Margaret used this opportunity to enjoy herself. Chen Zhao did not chase her out. She had been very shocked by the incident, which had also overturned her previous worldview. Now, she finally understood that there were really things in the world that could not be explained by science. Having defeated the grandfather, Chen Zhao was in a pleasant mood. He received another large chunk of perfect crystal, even bigger than the one he got when he had defeated Evangeline. Whether it was the demonic crystal or the angelic crystal, the bigger they were, the more valuable. When a piece of demonic crystal or angelic crystal reached a certain size, they could be considered as a perfect crystal. The one Chen Zhao had received was even bigger than a normal perfect crystal. Chen Zhao had no idea what to call it. That time, Chen Zhao had eliminated hundreds of evil spirits in Beverly Hills, but he did not receive any perfect crystal. But when he eradicated monsters like Evangeline or the grandfather, he would receive such huge pieces of perfect crystals, or maybe they were even better than perfect crystals. Actually, Blackie had a big gain too. The grandfather had assembled hundreds of evil spirits, and some soul elements had formed. Chen Zhao did not know what they were, but Blackie told him that they were very valuable. The next morning, Chen Zhao received a call from Hill Nans. "Mr. Chen, where are you now? Are you okay? I heard that the hotel was attacked by terrorists. Yesterday, I was forced to leave, and I couldn't find you. I still can't go back to the hotel now. How about you?" "Oh, I'm fine." Chen Zhao was somewhat touched that Hill Nans was the first person to ask about his safety. Hill Nans was a good person, but Chen Zhao did not like his overpassionate attitude. As expected, Hill Nans said immediately, "The seminar is cancelled." "What a pity. Mr. Chen, when will you be free? We can have a separate discussion." Chapter 522, Pull Close. Chapter 522, Pull Close. It was such a good day. Even better news was that the conference was cancelled. Chen Zhao didn't have to worry about Cheryl and Yura letting loose either. The house that Chen Zhao stayed in opened up to the sea and the weather was great. Cheryl and Yura were playing crazily by the sea. Margaret walked over to Chen Zhao. "Mr. Chen. Miss Margaret. Please sit. Mr. Chen, I would like to know about people like you. Actually, I'm an amateur. My main profession is a doctor, and only a spiritualist after that. At most, I'm just a fighter. As for skills in spiritology, I'm not as skilled as the professionals. If you want to know about those things, I suggest you find a professional spiritualist. If you can't find any, I can recommend you one. She's definitely professional and not very expensive. You weren't reciting a script on the plane that day, right? You were talking to some person, right?" "Yes." "Then Louis Clallam's sickness. His situation is special, but it's not part of psychology." Margaret's emotions had recovered now. She didn't like Chen Zhao before because she thought that he was useless. Now, it seemed that she was the useless one. So she was much more modest now. Knock, knock. There were knocks on the door. Chen Zhao ran over to open it. The mage stood outside with a slight smile. "Mr. Chen." "Hello, Miss Mage." "You can call me Catherine," the mage said with a smile. Catherine was in a very good mood. The grandfather had terrorized New York City for 200 years. Catherine's ancestors had already been fighting with him. Now, this threat was finally eradicated. One could imagine how relaxed Catherine felt. Not only was the grandfather killed, even the evil spirit society was close to being wiped out. There were a few small figures left, but they were like street rats now. Currently, the Witch Society and Sorcerer Society were hurrying with eradicating the Evil Spirit Society. "Mr. Chen, I am inviting you to join the Witch Society." "Ah. Wait. Even if I join something, it should be the Sorcerer Society, right? The Witch Society. Are you sure that's okay?" Of course, Catherine said matter-of-factly. Just then, an old man with long whiskers and shiny hair pushed the door open and walked in. What do you mean, of course? I think Mr. Chen should join the Sorcerer Society instead. This man was the leader of the Sorcerer Society. It was clear that he'd come to steal Chen Zhao. The Sorcerer Society as a whole was weaker than the Witch Society. After all, each member of the latter had certain combat abilities. The Sorcerer Society had more people and they seemed to have abilities too. But they couldn't be compared to the Witch Society. The Witch Society was a bit weaker than the Evil Spirit Society when the grandfather had still been there. However, it wasn't because they were weak but because the grandfather was too strong. The Witch Society was the strongest of the three in other aspects. Now that the Evil Spirit Society was taken out, the Witch Society still wasn't satisfied. They wanted to pull Chen Zhao in too. Everyone was clear about Chen Zhao's abilities. But because he was a male, it was obvious that it wasn't suitable for him to join the Witch Society. To the leader of the Sorcerer Society, he thought that Chen Zhao should join his group. That way, things could be equal. Plus, Chen Zhao was clearly a wizard. He should join the Sorcerer Society even more. The Sorcerer Society's leader was even more in need than Catherine. The Sorcerer and Witch Societies weren't enemies, but they still had conflicts of interest. For example, if they both had their eyes on some distinguished figure and wanted them to become sponsors, then the force would have to show off their abilities. After all, abilities were the easiest way to impress a regular person. If Chen Zhao was there, they could confidently say that the strongest wizard of New York City was in the Sorcerer Society. Actually, I don't plan on joining either of you. Plus, I'm not a spiritualist of New York City either. It's okay if you're not in New York, the Sorcerer Society's leader said seriously. Actually, we plan on expanding too, like opening up a branch in LA, for example. After a night of research, the Sorcerer Society's leader already knew about Chen Zhao's surface identity. He even knew Chen Zhao's second identity as an illegal doctor. Oh, right. We have members in LA too. They're quite famous too. For example, Axe K is a loyal member of the Sorcerer Society and a top Hollywood star. Mr. Chen, we also have many female celebrities in the Witch Society. I can introduce you to them. This old grandma and grandpa were as shameless as a pimp. Chen Zhao was speechless. Mr. Chen, take this card. The Sorcerer Society's leader shoved a card into Chen Zhao's hands. Chen Zhao's eyes brightened. He was shoving in money. In this case, he could probably join them in name. There's no money in this card and you can't spend it, but it's actually more useful than Chase's black card. As long as you have any requests, you can call the number on it. There's no problem even if you want to enter the White House and take a piss in the president's office. Hearing that there was no money, Chen Zhao decided that he didn't want it. In the end, he heard that he could go take a piss in the White House. Do you think I'm that bored? Can't you give me something realistic? Mr. Chen, I also have a card. The effect isn't any weaker than his. I don't insist on you becoming an official member. It's just an honorary elder. You won't reject me, right? Catherine looked at Chen Zhao seriously. Also, many girls in the Witch Society hope to discuss magic with you. TSK, she really is a pimp. Chen Zhao was speechless about these two people. Can't you give me some cash? It wasn't realistic at all. They'd been making promises for so long, but he didn't see any true benefits. Let me think about it, Chen Zhao said. How could he know that the Sorcerer Society's leader and Catherine both thought that Chen Zhao had no interest in money? They thought that if they bribed him with money, it would be an insult to him. If Chen Zhao knew what they thought, he would probably scream without regards to his image, "Please insult me." Alright, then. Mr. Chen, there's a party tonight. Do you have time? The Sorcerer Society's leader was thinking about having some beauties arranged. Sorry, I don't have time. I have to take care of the kids. Mr. Chen, is that child a werewolf? Yes, why? Chen Zhao narrowed his eyes. This old guy wouldn't want to destroy demons, right? Don't misunderstand. The Sorcerer Society also has a werewolf. If you have any needs, I can have him come over and teach her some things. Chapter 523, Street Rats. Chapter 523, Street Rats. Chen Zhao planned to accept all the benefits. As for joining them, he was uninterested. Chen Zhao had a strange feeling that joining the Sorcerer Society or the Witch Society was like joining an evil cult. Of course, Sienna was also a witch. Chen Zhao would not discriminate against them. But he knew that if he were to join such an organization, there would be many nuisances for him to handle. For example, the Evil Spirit Society had just popped out of nowhere. And the grandfather, who was really powerful. If Blackie was not beside him, Chen Zhao would have to run away too. Soon, Chen Zhao dismissed the leader of the Sorcerer Society and Catherine. The two of them were quite displeased with Chen Zhao's excuses. But what could they do? Only Chen Zhao could make the final decision. How about forcing Chen Zhao? Stop joking. If they teamed up, they could probably defeat Chen Zhao. But their societies would end up like the Evil Spirit Society. Of course, Chen Zhao did not reject them directly. So they still had a chance. Mr. Chen, Cheryl is a werewolf. Margaret had heard their conversation just now. She felt that her worldview had been refreshed once again. She looked at Cheryl, who was enjoying herself on the beach and really could not connect her to a werewolf. Yes, Chen Zhao nodded but spoke no more. Some people could accept it, but some people could not. Chen Zhao did not want to discuss too much about it, especially with a stranger. Chen Zhao and Margaret were not that close. Margaret could tell Chen Zhao's attitude from his plain reply, so she did not question. While she was curious, her worldview had already been destroyed last night, after all. She was therefore not as surprised that there was a werewolf. Moreover, Margaret was a psychologist. She was good at reading other people. Moreover, she could tell that there was some distance between her and Chen Zhao. That afternoon, she bid Chen Zhao goodbye. Chen Zhao only perfunctorily asked her if she had a place to stay. This was why talking to a smart person was really easy. If a smart person was asked by a stranger if they had eaten, they would certainly not reply, "No, are you going to treat me?" After Margaret left, Chen Zhao took Yura and Cheryl on a wild trip through New York. "Jean, what do we do? People from the Witch Society and the Sorcerer Society are looking for us like mad dogs. They're planning to kill every last one of us." George and Jean had been rulers in the Evil Spirit Society. However, since the grandfather died, they had become homeless dogs. They had lost all glory. Even the clownless evil spirits wandering outside were ignoring them. Those spirits would even disclose their information to the Sorcerer Society and the Witch Society in exchange for rewards. Actually, the supernatural world was very much like the underworld. The Evil Spirit Society, the Witch Society, and the Sorcerer Society were like three gangs, and they had many supernumerary staff. Of course, most of the supernumerary staff were valueless idlers. For example, an evil spirit might be living in a haunted house. The spirit would only be able to make minor pranks usually. Most evil spirits did not dare to kill people. Just like how there were laws in human society, in the supernatural world, there were also restrictions. If it was just a prank, the Sorcerer Society and the Witch Society would not be bothered. Unless a client paid them for help. In that case, they would expel the evil spirit or ask it to move somewhere else. Or they would make it their guardian spirit. Many evil spirits were actually willing to become the guardian spirit of a spiritualist. At least, it would be better than having to move frequently or be homeless. However, if an evil spirit killed someone, it would definitely be wanted and pursued. Alternatively, it could join the evil spirit society. But it was not as good as what most spirits thought. Some happenings in the evil spirit society would even frighten evil spirits. Sometimes, evil spirits might become informants for a particular organization. For example, the Evil Spirit Society had just suddenly collapsed, which had a great impact on New York's supernatural world. Some evil spirits changed immediately and became the two human societies' cat's paws. At the moment, George and Jean were like street rats. They were actually ordinary evil spirits without any special powers. When the Evil Spirit Society was strong, they were able to wear borrowed plumes. That time, they were all powerful, but now they had nowhere to hide. How about we leave New York? Let's go to another city. We can build another Evil Spirit Society. We can become as grand as the grandfather. How? Float to another city. If we're still exposed after the sun comes out, we'll be evaporated. We can control a car. No, if the car runs out of gas, what do we do? Then how? Let's find a plane and hide on it, Jean suggested. Good idea. After 3 days of fun in New York, Chen Zhao and the two girls were finally going to return to LA. Hill Nance, who had come with them, had already returned to LA the day before. Hello, I would like to purchase 3 tickets to LA. For which date? The person asked. The sooner, the better. Preferably tomorrow. Sorry, we don't have any tickets to LA these 2 days. Why? It's all sold out. All right. Chen Zhao hung up, helpless. It seemed like he had to make a transit flight. It was very troublesome, but he had no choice. Just then, Chen Zhao received a call. Hi, Mr. Chen. It's Louis. Hi, Mr. Louis, what's up? I plan to go to LA. When are you going back? I'm taking my private plane. If you don't mind, we can go together. Private plane. Chen Zhao was stunned. I have 3 people in total. Are you sure it'll be convenient for you? Of course, Louis Clallam said. He had been waiting for this opportunity. Actually, he was behind everything when Chen Zhao failed to book the air tickets. With his background, he only had to call the airlines to make some hidden restrictions. When are you going to LA? I'm very free. We can go whenever you want, Louis said. Are you sure? Don't you need to reserve the flight route in advance? Although Chen Zhao was not a pilot, he knew that whether it was a private plane or a commercial plane, they had to apply for a flight route before departure. If they did not, they might receive a missile at any time. Mr. Chen, don't worry about it. I have the money. Chapter 524, Return. Chapter 524, Return. When Chen Zhao brought Yura and Cheryl to the airport, they passed through the security check easily. Then they were led directly to Louis Clallam's private jet. Mr. Chen, what do you think about my plane? Louis showed it off. If you like it, I can gift it to you. Chen Zhao's face darkened. You can give me anything, but what's the point of a plane? I don't know how to fly it. It'll cost more than $200,000 to hire a pilot every year. I'll need to pay $3 million each year to keep the plane at the airport too. Do you think I'm rich or something? This didn't include the maintenance expenses either. Like many said, you could afford to buy a car but not to keep it. Ha, Chen Zhao chuckled wryly. I wouldn't be keeping quiet if you aren't inviting me to enjoy a private jet for free. It's not as big as my mom's plane. Yura pursed her lips. Louis Clallam almost spat out his water. And your mom is? She's the boss of Ute Pharmaceuticals. Louis Clallam was taken aback. So it was her. Even though they were from different fields, they were still the same level of wealthiness. No wonder Chen Zhao didn't really care about him. He had a high status too. It seemed that he would have to think of another way to have Chen Zhao help treat him. The plane took off smoothly. It was much more comfortable than typical planes. Two sexy flight attendants walked past Chen Zhao and Louis every now and then. They were probably trying to remind them of their existence. But from their eyes, Chen Zhao guessed that they'd already done things with Louis. After flying on the plane for an hour, the pilot and co-pilot came out of the cabin. According to pilot regulations, the pilot shouldn't leave the cabin, especially both at the same time. Of course, this was a private jet. It was fine as long as Louis didn't report them. Here, let me introduce you to them. Louis was prepared to introduce the two pilots enthusiastically. Suddenly, the older pilot picked up the bottle on the table and smashed it onto Louis's head. "Ah! What are you doing? Stan, what are you doing? Are you crazy?" Louis yelled angrily while holding his head. The other pilot Locke smiled eerily. "This is our plane now. If you want to live, then transfer us $1 million. Otherwise, we'll crash the plane." Chen Zhao, Yura, and Cheryl were all annoyed. They'd run into an accident on the way here too. When they returned on a private jet, they'd still run into an accident. "Stan, Locke, do you know what you're doing?" Louis stared coldly at the two. "Even if I send you the money, do you think you'll be able to get it?" "Ha! Whether we can get it or not is our problem." Chen Zhao suddenly rose and kicked Stan. Stan flew back. Then Stan's body, on the ground, arched up. An evil spirit flew out of his body and pounced toward Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao grabbed the spirit's body and squeezed fiercely. He scattered the evil spirit. "What's going on?" Louis stared at Chen Zhao in shock. Had something just flown out of Stan's body? A hallucination? No, it wasn't a hallucination. Chen Zhao looked at Locke. "Are you coming out by yourself or do I have to force you out?" "Kid, do you know who I am?" Locke threatened Chen Zhao. "I'm the manager of the Evil Spirit Society, the right-hand man of the grandfather. You're a spiritualist, right? Don't you know what happens if you offend the Evil Spirit Society?" Louis listened to Locke saying these weird words, growing more confused. "Mr. Chen, what is he talking about?" Chen Zhao had a slight smile. But there was something evil in his smile. "Does your grandfather still exist?" Locke's expression was a bit uncomfortable. He just wanted to scare Chen Zhao. Earlier, he'd thought that Chen Zhao was a wizard and probably not from New York, so he might not know about this matter. Now, it seemed that he knew. "Do you know who killed the grandfather?" Chen Zhao's smile grew brighter. "An Asian man," Locke shuddered. When he looked at Chen Zhao again, his expression was one of horror. An Asian man. Wasn't this guy in front of him Asian? Was he the Asian that killed the grandfather? No way. How could he be so unlucky? "Sir, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Please forgive me." Locke knelt on the ground in terror and kept bowing. What a joke. This guy could even kill someone as scary as the grandfather. He was only a minor evil spirit. How could he beat this man? He would die. He would get squished to death. Just like Jean. Squashed easily by one hand. "Mr. Chen, what exactly is wrong with him?" Something possessed his body and is controlling him, Chen Zhao said. Their previous attacks and words weren't voluntary. After all, these two pilots were innocent. Chen Zhao could help clear up their name. Otherwise, when Louis tried to take revenge, he could easily ruin their lives. You mean, an evil spirit? Right? Yes. You're saying that an evil spirit is talking to us now? Louis continued asking. That's right. Can you call him out? I want to see. I've never seen an evil spirit before. Louis was very interested. He wasn't afraid at all and had forgotten that his skull had almost been cracked open. This evil spirit was very frightened of Chen Zhao, so Louis reasonably thought that there wouldn't be any danger. Are you coming out yourself? Chen Zhao asked. Or do you want me to do it? George came out of Locke's body. The next moment, Locke fell unconscious on the ground. Where is he now? Louis asked. Can he show himself? Clunk. A wine glass fell to the ground. Chen Zhao looked at the evil spirit before him. If he tried to do anything harmful, Chen Zhao would crush him instantly. He can't appear. Louis was a bit disappointed. But he was 100% sure that there definitely was an evil spirit. He said that he can appear at night. He can't do it now. At night? Chapter 525, Return Home. Chapter 525, Return Home. Why would you and the other evil spirit be here? We wanted to escape from New York. We were being hunted by the Sorcerer Society and the Witch Society, so... George looked at Chen Zhao. Actually, Chen Zhao was the real culprit. If Chen Zhao did not come here, they would not have become street rats. Of course, George was the only one left now. Jean was crushed by Chen Zhao before he could even speak. Chen Zhao, the man who had eliminated the grandfather, was indeed cruel and terrifying. Why did you ask for $1 million? We wanted to buy a house and live there. We've already pre-ordered it online. How? With these two humans' bodies. The two evil spirits had really brought so much trouble to the two pilots. After the incident, even if Louis decided to let them off, they would probably still lose their jobs. Chen Zhao repeated George's words to Louis. Are you going to kill him? Louis asked. What else? Why would I keep him? Chen Zhao looked at George, who turned around and fled in fear. But Blackie grabbed him at once. Chen Zhao smiled. Although George was an evil spirit, he similarly could not see Blackie. Don't think about escaping. You won't be able to. I want him, Louis suddenly said. Chen Zhao looked at Louis in surprise. You sure? I want to hire him. For what? You know, I have many competitors, Louis said bluntly. Chen Zhao looked at George. What do you think, Mr. Evil Spirit? Yes, I accept that sir's employment. George had no choice at the moment. He would either be hired by Louis or killed by Chen Zhao. Without a doubt, he would rather be employed. But can you communicate with him? Chen Zhao asked. Swish, swish. A crayon wrote down a sentence on the window. Hello, boss. Louis was very pleased. See? Problem solved. Fine, whatever floats your boat. Chen Zhao had no reason to object Louis, given that he was willing. Anyway, when will they wake up? Chen Zhao asked. Dunno. Usually about a day, maybe longer for that person, George replied by writing. He was referring to Stan, whom Chen Zhao had kicked. Then do you know how to fly a plane? Chen Zhao asked again. George. Louis Clallam. So we don't have a pilot now, right? Chen Zhao was irritated again. Someone please tell me what to do. Mr. George, you better think of a solution, or else. Boss, save me. Chen, don't worry. I know it, although I've only operated a glider before, Louis said. Chen Zhao swore that he would never ride a plane again. In the end, they still landed safely, but the constant feeling of danger was extremely unpleasant. As Louis operated the plane, he asked the aviation department on the surface about how to fly a plane. Anyway, Chen Zhao had asked Cheryl and Yura to wear parachutes. Had there been an accident, he would have asked them to jump down. Once they landed, Chen Zhao fled from the airport. He hoped that he would never go near a plane again. Fei Lai, I'm back in LA. Darling, anything interesting happened in New York? It was a terrible trip, Chen Zhao said. You encountered something again, right? Nothing much. Just an evil spirit with a group of subordinates. Ha! Where's the evil spirit now? I killed it, of course. I knew it, Fei Lai said, smiling. She had complete trust in Chen Zhao. Wait for me at home. Let's celebrate your safe return. Sure. Chen Zhao stretched himself. He had not touched Fei Lai for days and could not wait to do so. Brother, can you please hold the steering wheel while driving? Don't worry. I have the skills. Not because of that. Look outside the window. Sharon. That stalker policewoman. At the moment, she was on a police motorcycle, signaling Chen Zhao to stop. Helpless, Chen Zhao parked the car at the roadside and opened his arms. Ha! Sharon. What a coincidence. Did you know that I've just returned to LA and come here to welcome me? Sharon blocked Chen Zhao's ill-intentioned hug. Be serious. I suspect you've been driving dangerously. Show me your ID. Please don't. Chen Zhao looked at Sharon with a long face. I'll ask David to swap you to his team. Fuck. Stop talking about this. These two are my sisters. Can you let me have some honor before them? Ladies, please don't learn from this asshole. Remember to obey traffic rules, Sharon said, not giving Chen Zhao any face. Without question, Chen Zhao received another fine ticket. He returned to his car and looked at the two girls. Yura, do you miss mother? You going to chase Cheryl and me away? No, absolutely not. If that's what you're thinking, just say it directly. I'm old enough. I will return to mother and never talk to you again. Chen Zhao's cheeks twitched. Forget it. Pretend that I said nothing. Children of their age would never be tired of playing. However, Chen Zhao would not be able to spend time with Fei Lai. By the time they returned home, it was already evening. Fei Lai had actually gotten home earlier than they did. She prepared dinner to welcome their return. After dinner, Chen Zhao announced, "You can play however you want tonight." Then, he pulled Fei Lai into the bedroom and locked the door. Fei Lai, did you miss me? Yes, Fei Lai replied to Chen Zhao enthusiastically. Chen Zhao tore Fei Lai's clothes off and vented all his accumulations over the past few days on her. After a few rounds, the two rested on the balcony, enjoying the night scene. Didn't you get me a present from New York? Aw. I have. Chen Zhao really forgot about it. He began frantically searching for ideas. What do I do? Suddenly, Chen Zhao thought about the trophy he had received from the grandfather, that key. Chapter 526, Invisible Key. Chapter 526, Invisible Key. This key is for you. What? Fei Lai looked at Chen Zhao's palm. What thing? A key. Where? Chen Zhao looked down at his hand. Could Fei Lai not see the key in his palm? Chen, you're not playing with me, are you? Chen Zhao didn't know how to explain this either. It wasn't like he could tell Fei Lai that the key really did exist even though she couldn't see it. Okay, I forgot to bring a gift. At this point, what else could Chen Zhao say? He would just tell the truth. Then how will you repay me? I won't rest tonight. I don't want you. Don't touch me. Chen Zhao really didn't let Fei Lai rest that night. He didn't stop until 3 or 4 in the morning under Fei Lai's pleading. Actually, Chen Zhao had secretly given Fei Lai some potion to change her fitness. Thus, Fei Lai had great fitness too. Even she could feel it. In the morning, Fei Lai went to work in high spirits. Chen Zhao was relaxing again, but Yura and Cheryl started messing around in the morning. One must be impressed by children's energy. Chen Zhao hadn't restricted them last night, so they played until dawn. Today, they were still full of energy, like they didn't even know what exhaustion was. Chen Zhao didn't care about them. He ran to the backyard to check on the grapevines. With the inferior demon's care and Eugene's nutrients, the grapevines were growing well. The green vines were already 30 centimeters long and had started climbing up. According to Eugene, Fei Lai only came once in the time that Chen Zhao was gone. Chen Zhao was sure that Fei Lai had already forgotten about them. She really did have a short attention span. Suddenly, Chen Zhao felt that he stepped on something. Looking down. Princess. Chen Zhao's roar echoed throughout Mirror Lake. Master, do not blame Princess, Eugene said. Her feces contains very high nutrients. Okay, keep calm. Keep calm. But when Chen Zhao found Princess, he still yelled at her. Even if you're going to shit outside, don't you know to cover it up? Princess looked pitiful, but Chen Zhao knew that she was just feigning innocence. But seeing how Princess was covering her face, Chen Zhao didn't feel like continuing to yell at her. Human, why didn't you bring me to New York? Samuel yelled unhappily, running over to Chen Zhao. I want to go to New York, I want to go to New York, I want to go to New York. That is a city filled with desire. I'll definitely be able to find more followers there. You know, it's all because of you that I've slowed down my pace of conquering the world. Who let you call me human? Do you want to get hit? Fine, master. Chen Zhao pulled out the key. Do you know this key? What? Samuel cocked his head and looked at Chen Zhao's hand in confusion. Where's the key? Even a demon lord couldn't see the key. Human, don't change the subject. When will you take me to New York? How many followers do you have now? Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, let me start over. 1, 2. Talk to me about your world domination plans after you count correctly. I'm busy. A demon lord who'd never taken math class probably didn't even know about addition and subtraction. Wasn't it a joke for him to want to dominate the world with his IQ? Samuel caught up to Chen Zhao. Master, the number isn't important. I've improved recently. Oh. What improvement? I've watched many movies and concluded the reason why villains lose. Tell me. They talk too much. Oh, very concise, but that's not enough. Rolling his eyes, Chen Zhao said, Right, I have a question. What? I met a man. Honk, honk. Just then, a car honked outside the door. Chen Zhao walked over and looked outside. Louis Clallam was poking his head out of the car window. Hi, mister. Chen. I'm here. Chen Zhao rubbed his forehead. He had the house system open the garage and let Louis drive up. As soon as Louis parked, a piece of paper flew before Louis. "George, boss, let's leave this place. I feel a very terrifying aura here. This is Mr. Chen's home. There are no dangers. George, he's the most dangerous one." "All right. You're just biased." Louis took the elevator to the living room. He had a big smile. "Mr. Chen, how do you feel? Are you pleasantly surprised at my arrival?" "Sit." Chen Zhao didn't feel pleasantly surprised. "George, hello, Mr. Chen. You don't need paper to talk to me." "George, sorry, I'm used to it." "Meow. This guy's right arm has a very pure demon aura." Samuel looked at Louis's arm. Just then, Louis's right arm started trembling. "Mr. Chen. It's starting to move again." "Don't worry. It won't dare to move here," Chen Zhao said indifferently. "Yes, indeed." Louis also felt terror coming from his right arm. It was extremely frightened. "It seems to have a fright." "Why is that?" "It's right to be afraid," Chen Zhao said. If it was afraid, it meant that Louis's arm had its own mind now. In other words, it was no longer just an arm. It was a demon. Chen Zhao glanced at Samuel. "Can you tell what's going on? What's so strange about that?" Samuel said matter-of-factly. 1,000 years ago, demons from hell appeared in the human world very often. All sorts of demons left things behind in that era. Some demon blood wouldn't mix with human blood. He's clearly a descendant of the type that wouldn't mix. It's already awoken. It should be a phobic demon. Phobic demon. Is that a strong demon? No, it's a really cowardly demon. They're really small, but when they're in danger, they would expand and use that to scare off the enemy. Then how do we get it under control? Or wipe out its consciousness? Cut the arm off, Samuel said. Easy, right? Are there any other solutions? Like some spell that can wipe out someone's consciousness? You think spells like that exist? They do in stories. Chapter 527, Hay Fever. Chapter 527, Hay Fever. Mr. Louis, I have good news and bad news for you. Which one do you want to hear first? Good news. I've thought of a solution, Chen Zhao said with a smile. Really? Hearing Chen Zhao's words, Louis jumped up in excitement. Sit down. Don't be so excited yet. What's the bad news? Louis asked, calming down. You might have another brother, Chen Zhao said. What do you mean? Chen Zhao looked at Louis's arm. Are you still hiding? You want me to beat you up again? Louis felt fear from his right arm again. Just then, his arm began to move toward the exit wildly, as if it was trying to escape. Chen Zhao had frightened it. Suddenly, an enormous bear appeared before Louis. Ah! Run! Louis wanted to run away. But his right arm continued to pull him forward. The bear was right in front of them. Suddenly, his arm turned black and enlarged. It became a humanoid and struck at Princess. Slap! Princess slapped Louis's arm with her claw and Louis flew back. She could feel malicious intent from the right arm. She would not allow a stranger to do whatever he wanted. Mr. Chen. Help me. There's a bear. Chen Zhao stood still and stared at Louis. In his fear, Louis ran back to Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao grabbed his right arm. Do you want me to tear you off? Louis felt greater horror coming from his arm. Nevertheless, the arm finally calmed down and stopped controlling his body. Look, it's not moving anymore. Mr. Chen, what's happening? What's that bear? She's Princess, my pet. Louis stared at Princess and swallowed some saliva. He had never seen such a huge bear before. He felt that the bear could easily swallow half of his body in one bite. Your arm has developed its own awareness long ago. It has been trying to corrode your body, Chen Zhao said. What? You have two choices, cut it off once and for all, or keep it. Are there no other ways? I told you that it has a different lineage from you. Ultimately, you're two different individuals. What can I do other than cutting it off? Talk to it. How? It can understand you. As for what you say, it's your business. Looking at his arm, Louis seemed to be very hesitant. He looked around for a while. After a few minutes, he finally said, Mr. Chen said that you're my brother. Fine, whatever you are, I would like to talk with you. What do you think? The right arm moved up and down. As an outsider, Chen Zhao had no idea what the arm meant. But Louis could feel its presence. Louis continued, I don't want to cut you off. I don't want to become disabled, after all. But if you still want to corrode me and control my body, I'll ask Mr. Chen to cut you off entirely. I believe you know that he has the ability to do so. The right arm started to tremble. Clearly, it knew how powerful Chen Zhao was. So unless I need it, stop controlling my right arm by force. That is, you have to listen to me, alright? Suddenly, Louis felt his arm's awareness. What can I get? At least you won't be killed, Louis said. Also, even if you do manage to occupy my body, you won't be able to enjoy it. Mr. Chen will definitely find you and kill you. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. I'm not that lame, unless you pay me. Aren't you a famous rich man? Why aren't you realistic in talking about money? Chen Zhao looked at Louis with some contempt. He had no idea that Louis thought there was no way money could attract Chen Zhao. Have a good conversation with it. If you still can't solve the problem, come here and I'll amputate your arm. Louis's right arm shivered. It was clearly extremely scared of Chen Zhao. Mr. Chen, do you think I should give it a name? It's my brother, after all. Chen Zhao realized that while Louis was an accomplished businessman, he was somewhat foolish in real life. He also seemed to be interested in supernatural things. For example, he employed the first evil spirit that he met. Now he had a non-human brother, and he wanted to give it a name. Up to you. They seemed to have had a nice agreement. Chen Zhao did not want to interfere with their business. How about Little Black? Mr. Louis, don't you think that name is too vulgar? Little Black it is. Are you even listening to me? Mr. Chen, you have so many pets. Mr. Louis, I won't be asking you to stay for lunch. With a dark look, Chen Zhao chased Louis out. Then, he continued to investigate the key. Like the metallic box, the key was invisible to others. Were the two related? Chen Zhao took the metallic box and placed the key before the box. Nothing happened. They seemed to be unrelated. Forget it. Chen Zhao inspected the two for a long while but did not discover any relation. Apart from being invisible to others, the two objects had nothing in common. Achoo! Chen Zhao rubbed his nose, which felt rather itchy. It seemed like hay fever, an allergy. Although Chen Zhao was significantly stronger than a normal person, he was still not immune to hay fever. Nevertheless, he did not have any serious symptoms. It was only an itchy nose and occasional sneezing. It was spring and flowers were blooming, including many wildflowers in the mountains. Chen Zhao took some allergy medicine, but the symptoms did not improve. In the evening, Fei Lai came back, and Chen Zhao's symptoms worsened. Chen, are you ill? No, just hay fever. Are you allergic to pollen? Feilai was surprised. After all, it was the first time she saw Qin Zhao ill since they met. She almost thought that Qin Zhao would never fall ill. Of course, allergy was different from diseases. Qin Zhao was also helpless. It was the first time he had hay fever. He did not even know that he was allergic. Achoo! During dinner, Qin Zhao could not control himself and sneezed to the side. In the end, the chair beside him was blasted into pieces. Feilai stared at Qin Zhao for a while and was totally speechless. Just then, Qin Zhao received a call from Sienna. Chen, are you free? Chapter 528, Allergic to Magic. Chapter 528, Allergic to Magic. What's wrong? You gave me 3 bones from a magical creature before, right? I'm collecting ingredients now and I'm missing a blue heart blossom. We discovered it in the mountains, but we encountered a magical creature protecting it. We can't beat it. Is Rupert with you? Of course. She has a share of the magic potion too, so she can't just stand by and watch. How come this has gone from an urban story to a fantasy? How come there are even protective beasts now? Qin Zhao squeezed his nose. Okay, I'll come over now. Feilai looked at Qin Zhao. You're going out. But you don't seem well now. It's okay. It's nothing except sneezing. Qin Zhao didn't feel any other effect on his body. Drive slowly, Feilai said. Yeah. Qin Zhao took 2 more allergy pills, cleaned up quickly, and started driving. But he didn't get any relief from the allergy. The medicine seemed ineffective on him. Achoo! He shattered the car window with his sneeze. The symptoms seemed to have gotten worse. Qin Zhao felt his head grow a bit heavy. This didn't feel like a normal allergic reaction. He didn't have time to think about this though. Qin Zhao parked the car where Sienna had told him to. Her car was parked beside the road nearby. After getting out of the car, Qin Zhao called Sienna. Sienna, I'm here, achoo. Qin Zhao looked and saw that he'd broken his phone with his sneeze. A while later, Sienna and Rupert found Qin Zhao. Camilla was also there. Chen, you don't seem to be well today. I don't know. I think I'm allergic to pollen. Then, can you still fight? Sienna asked. That guardian beast doesn't seem easy to deal with. Qin Zhao's nose started itching again, but he just opened his mouth. The sneeze wouldn't come out. It's okay. Let me go look first. Qin Zhao rubbed his nose. Are you sure you're okay? I'm okay. Let's go. Mr. Qin, your magic seems very unstable, Camilla said. Did you eat something that contained magic recently? Qin Zhao squeezed his nose. Just the potion Sienna gave me. The magic potion is very stable, Sienna said. It's impossible to cause these symptoms. Don't blame everything on me. Rupert drank the potion too and she's completely fine. I met a really vicious evil spirit 2 days ago and swallowed him, Qin Zhao said. What kind of evil spirit? Camilla asked. Some evil spirit called the grandfather in New York City. Grandfather? The grandfather from the Evil Spirit Society. Camilla was in disbelief. Yeah, you know him. How can I not know him? That's the grandfather. Teacher, is the grandfather really powerful? Sienna asked curiously. Rupert pursed her lips. It's just an evil spirit. How powerful can it be? More than 100 witches have died in the grandfather's hands. When Camilla said that, Rupert and Sienna's expressions froze. How is that possible? How can an evil spirit kill so many witches? Over 200 years, the grandfather battled alone on and off with the largest witch organization of New York City. The Witch Society of New York is larger than all of the witches in L.A. put together. Do you understand how strong he is now? Rupert and Sienna both had incredulous expressions. An evil spirit who could fight against more than 100 witches. Just how terrifying were his abilities? I'd faced the grandfather once, Camilla said. It was 30 years ago. At that time, the grandfather led the Evil Spirit Society in an all-out war against the Witch Society. The Witch Society called for reinforcements from the entire country. 300 witches gathered in New York. Both sides declared war and the grandfather killed at least 30 witches in that battle. Both sides seemed to have had similar losses, but in actuality, the Witch Society lost. My abilities were already pretty extraordinary at that time, but I couldn't even hold off that beast for 3 minutes. Sienna and Rupert looked at Chinzhao again. They learned how terrifying the grandfather was from Camilla's memories. He'd killed 30 witches on the spot and made the enormous Witch Society to ask for reinforcements from the entire country. And he was killed by Chinzhao. How did you get into a conflict with the grandfather? His son, I think his name was Adelway, he took over my hotel room, so I killed him. Then the grandfather led the Evil Spirit Society to take revenge. Rupert stared at Chinzhao. No matter how arrogant she was, she had to admit right now that Chinzhao was truly terrifying. That grandfather is really strong, right? Yeah, pretty strong. Chinzhao bared the mouth of gluttony. But this mouth of mine swallowed his head. Right then, Chinzhao felt that the mouth of gluttony needed to sneeze too. But the sneeze wouldn't come out. Mr. Chin, you're very strong, but it's clear that you're not very knowledgeable about magic. There are many types of creatures with magical abilities, but you can't eat all of them. This is also why we need potions. Only potions can provide the user with stable magic, instead of having unstable magic waves like other sources. So, right now, You're allergic to magic, Camilla said. What should I do? Will I die? No, it's just like most allergies, Camilla said. You'll have an allergic reaction for a time, but it's not fatal. Achoo! Chinzhao sneezed again. Rupert and Sienna felt a gust of magic sweep towards them. This man must be a monster, the two thought. His sneeze was like a tornado. Chen, how about we call it off today? Sienna said. You're not well today. It's okay. I just need to sneeze. There are no other effects, Chinzhao said. He rubbed his nose. It felt like he needed to sneeze more. Are you sure you're okay? Sienna definitely had no doubts about Chinzhao's abilities, especially after hearing Camilla talk about Chinzhao's glorious yet horrifying achievement. Even more, she didn't doubt whether Chinzhao could help her defeat that guardian beast or not. She was worried about Chinzhao's health. Just don't stand in front of me when I sneeze. Chinzhao tried putting the mouth of gluttony away but couldn't. It seemed that the mouth had an allergic reaction too. Chinzhao could feel its discomfort. It seemed to need to sneeze too. Chapter 529, Witch Mercenaries. Chapter 529, Witch Mercenaries. How far is it? Chinzhao asked. Sienna turned around and looked at Chinzhao. She had never seen Chinzhao tired. But today, she did. Chinzhao was really in a bad state, and it was obvious. He was covered in cold sweat and his breathing had also become heavier. Almost there. It's just in front. Sienna looked at Chinzhao, worried. Chen, I think we should go back now and come after you recover. I'm fine. We're already here. Just then, they heard footsteps before them. From the sound, there were a few people. 4 or 5. The group stopped. The few people also seemed to notice their footsteps. There are people apart from us. 1, 2, 3, and a guardian spirit. Should be local witches in LA. 5 women walked out of the darkness. From their equipment, they seemed to be mercenaries. They had guns, grenades, and bulletproof vests. Hey, you there, you shouldn't be here. You better leave this place. Why? Who the hell are you? Intrepid, Rupert had never been scared of anyone, apart from Chen Zhao, who was right behind her. Boom! Suddenly, a bull-sized hole appeared on the tree trunk beside Rupert. The gun in their leader's hands was smoking. Because of this. Girl, if you're still stubborn, the next thing that will be blasted will be your head. You dare to attack me? Furious, Rupert whipped out her magic wand. Rupert, calm down. Sienna stopped Rupert. They're all witches. To be honest, Chen Zhao was also surprised to see witches dressed up like mercenaries. It was a strange sight. Hee hee. Girl, you should listen to your sister. The leader of the witches blew at her smoking gun, and the other witches laughed. You must be here for the magical guardian beast. It's ours. You may leave now. Rupert took 2 steps back. Chen, finish them all. Chen Zhao had been rubbing his nose and seemed to be in a daze. What? You can't win us, so you asked a wizard to fight us. Girl, have you mistaken something? Rupert, Chen is ill. Don't look for trouble. Look for trouble. They looked for trouble first. Suddenly, Chen Zhao's eye of shadow vision opened. He immediately pulled Rupert and Sienna onto the ground. The next moment, a 5-meter-long beast rushed past where they were standing. Because of Chen Zhao's action, the enormous beast grabbed nothing but air. However, the beast did not stop and disappeared into the darkness at once. It knows how to sneak attack. Rupert rubbed off the soil on her face. The 5 strangely dressed witches also shouted, ready for combat, form an array. With their backs facing each other, the 5 witches withdrew their guns. They had various weird-looking pieces of equipment. Lying on the ground, Chen Zhao asked softly, what's with those 5 women? Are they really witches? They look like mercenaries. They're indeed mercenaries. Which mercenaries? Camilla answered. The guns they are holding are refined magic guns. And that pair of night goggles are actually magic night goggles which can detect hidden magical fluctuations. They look so much more professional than y'all, at least in terms of equipment, Chen Zhao remarked. They just look more advanced. I can easily take down 10 of them, Rupert said with contempt. All of them could tell that Rupert was exaggerating. Nevertheless, they had to admit that the witch mercenaries indeed looked professional. They were acting very much like mercenaries. Target at 11 o'clock. 300 meters away. Don't shoot. It's too far. 200, 150, 150. 30. Shoot. Bam, bam. The 5 witch mercenaries fired simultaneously. Their guns were firing bullets infused with magical power. Target hit, minor injury. Target is moving away from us. Wait. Another target at 4 o'clock. There is more than one target. Be careful. Chen Zhao, Sienna, and Rupert lay on the ground as the 5 witches fired in different directions. The 3 could not even lift their heads. Chen Zhao's condition had worsened. Sienna glanced at Chen Zhao, who had been rubbing his nose. Chen, are you all right? The gun smoke is making me choke. Their weapons have been magically refined. Even the smoke contains magical power, so it's irritating your body, Camilla said. Just then, the gunshots became more intense and the 5 witch mercenaries also looked anxious. The situation had exceeded their expectations. They had originally thought that there was only one target. However, there were more magical guardian beasts than they thought. It was significantly more. Their firepower was insufficient to deal with so many of them. There are 6 of them. You all, quickly come and help, if you don't want to die here too. Weren't you boasting just now? Rupert said aggressively, why are you asking us to save you now? We're not asking you to save us. We're asking you to save yourselves. We're not helping. Go and die. Rupert shouted. If we die, so will you. I'm not scared. We have Chin. Chin. You mean him? You sure this wizard can handle magical guardian beasts, all 6 of them? Also, he looks sick, one of the witch mercenaries noted. Chen Zhao stood up, staggering, as he gasped for air. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind from behind. Careful! Behind you, one of the witches shouted. Lie down! Because Chen Zhao was standing, the witch mercenaries could not shoot. Chen Zhao turned his head and opened his mouth wide. He felt that his nose had reached its limit. Achoo! Boom! An extensive wave of magical power swept out as Chen Zhao sneezed into the guardian beast's mouth. Then, the magical guardian beast exploded without warning. A cloud of blood permeated the surrounding air. Chen Zhao's entire body was covered in blood and filth. Chapter 530, The Magical Guardian Beast Releases Sword Chi 2. Chapter 530, The Magical Guardian Beast Releases Sword Chi 2. Everyone froze, especially the 5 assassin witches. They all looked at Chen Zhao dumbly. What was going on? Did he just kill a guardian beast with a sneeze? Just then, the eye of shadow vision started up again. Chen Zhao suddenly moved, his left arm swinging. A guardian beast that was attacking him sneakily got smashed with a fist. However, this beast retreated extremely quickly. After Chen Zhao punched it, it immediately disappeared in the darkness. So strong. These guardian beasts were all above 5 meters tall and absolute killing machines. This man actually sent a beast back with one fist. However, Chen Zhao's punch was an everyday thing for Rupert and Sienna. These magical guardian beasts don't seem to be attacking us anymore. They've all turned to target him. Magical guardian beasts hold grudges. That man killed their companion. They already view him as their mortal enemy now. Then what do we do now? Let's just watch first. Chen Zhao felt that the mouth of gluttony in his right arm wanted to sneeze too. Rupert, Sienna, move aside. Sienna and Rupert didn't dally. Chen Zhao raised his right arm. It suddenly enlarged uncontrollably. Boom! The sneeze from the mouth of gluttony was much fiercer than Chen Zhao's. Countless trees within a dozen meters all snapped in half. The bark on some of the trees was scraped to the side by the sneeze, skinning the trunks. Ooh, feels great. Chen Zhao suddenly felt relief. He was much more comfortable. His nose didn't itch as much. The mouth of gluttony didn't have the urge to sneeze either. Even though he'd released a great amount of magic just then, Chen Zhao felt much more comfortable. His entire body was relaxed. Fuck. Does that guy have a cannon in his mouth and arm? The 5 assassin witches were all stunned. They'd never seen a creature like him before. That guy is the strongest wizard in L, Rupert said proudly. 5 guardian beasts hid in the darkness, circling Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao's eye of shadow vision could accurately pinpoint their movements. "They're coming." Chen Zhao swung his right arm immediately. With a thud, the guardian beast that had charged was smacked by Chen Zhao's right arm. If it was punched by Chen Zhao's left arm, it would at most be in pain. But if hit by his right arm, it was no different than getting hit by a train. Even though they were magical creatures, they still had bodies of flesh. In that instant, blood and flesh flew. Only half of that guardian beast's body remained. Including its head, its upper body had completely disappeared. Such terrifying strength. The 5 assassins gaped at Chen Zhao, dumbfounded. Is this what true supernatural strength is? Then what were we even training before? Damn, one of the assassin witches lowered her voice and whispered, "Thank God we didn't start any direct conflicts. If they were punched by that guy, they'd probably end up in worse state than that magical guardian beast." Just then, Camilla called, "Chen, be careful. Some guardian beasts have blood coexistence." Chen Zhao had a blank expression. He didn't know what that meant at all. But when the others heard, their expressions all changed. "Chen, if you kill one, the others will get stronger." Hearing Sienna, Chen Zhao nodded lightly. Just then, 2 more guardian beasts attacked Chen Zhao from the left and right. Their sneak attacks were useless on Chen Zhao. The eye of shadow vision could accurately catch all of their movements. Chen Zhao raised his right fist, pulled back, and punched. One guardian beast got its head smashed, but the fist continued to the other side without slowing down. Unfortunately, the force weakened. When the other beast got punched by Chen Zhao, it only spat out some blood before quickly hiding into the darkness. 3 left. Just then, another charged over. Chen Zhao raised his right arm again. He happened to grab the beast's head. Crack! He squeezed the guardian beast's head and burst it. The 5 assassin witches gaped at Chen Zhao. Compared to the guardian beasts, this guy was more like a monster. The beasts by his foot were all killed by him alone. 2. The remaining 2 guardian beasts suddenly turned extremely fast. Everyone heard the sound of the wind around them. So fast. These 2 guardian beasts are too fast. There were only 2 left, but they were much more threatening than the 6 together. Chen Zhao could still catch their figures, but they were indeed too fast to be dealt with. Even Chen Zhao had no solutions. No, he had to think of a solution. If he could release another sneeze bomb, he might have a chance. But because they were sneeze bombs, they weren't up to Chen Zhao to decide. At least, Chen Zhao couldn't sneeze at will right now. Finally, the 2 beasts attacked Chen Zhao from the front and back. Chen Zhao stepped out. He was no longer staying in place. Instead, he charged directly at the beast. All of his power was built up in his right arm. He faced the front beast directly. Boom! Chen Zhao grew dizzy from the crash, but the guardian beast also fell to the ground. Just then, the other beast jumped behind Chen Zhao and bit his right shoulder. Chen Zhao grabbed backward and did an over-the-shoulder throw. Just as he was about to add in a punch, the other beast pounced and tackled him. Chen Zhao kicked up, kicking the beast away. Casting needle thread guidance, his magic instantly turned into thousands of threads that entangled around the beast. He pulled back fiercely. Chen Zhao's magic reshaped into a palm blade on his right hand. He cut straight through the guardian beast's head. The beast's outside was unharmed, but Chen Zhao had already sliced through the brain. It fell slowly to the ground. Only 1 guardian beast remained. Tut, tut, tut. Just then, the reinforcements of the 5 assassin witches had arrived. The last guardian beast immediately ducked into the darkness. Chen Zhao stood in place, panting heavily. Sienna and Rupert hurried over too. Chen, how are you? I'm okay. These beasts aren't much different from wild animals. They only know how to wrestle. Poof! A beam of light flashed in the darkness. Then Chen Zhao saw an assassin witch's body get split open. Leah! Everyone sprawled onto the ground. Chen Zhao slapped himself. He jinxed them. Did these guardian beasts use sword chi too? Chapter 531, again. Chapter 531, again. Chen Zhao was also troubled. What exactly is blood coexistence? We were happily having a melee. Why can the last one release sword chi? That's cheating. Guess we can't play anymore. Chen, what do we do now? Let me think. Swish. Suddenly, another beam of white light shot out from the darkness. Where everyone was lying, a tree collapsed. Chen Zhao stopped the falling tree with his arms so that the rest would not be hit. There's no other way. If we wait here, we'll eventually be killed. I have to fight it directly. Don't get up. Chen, be careful. With the eye of shadow vision, Chen Zhao could see the magical guardian beast hidden in the darkness. It seemed to be preparing something in its mouth. A few seconds later, it fired a white beam from its mouth. Chen Zhao dodged to the left and the beam barely missed him. A few more seconds later, Chen Zhao moved to the right and avoided the attack again. Wow! How did he dodge such a quick attack? The witch mercenaries had all been through systematic training. They were quite strong, as though they were from the army. However, similar to goods in the same production line, they had the exact same skills. They were adept at guns and similar magic items. But this also resulted in their weakness. Their magic knowledge was very poor, unlike Rupert and Sienna who had been learning magic themselves. Of course, only Sienna and Rupert were true witches. The witch mercenaries were more like soldiers. Alone, Chen Zhao walked deeper and deeper into the forest, until he disappeared into the darkness. He had already managed to analyze the guardian beast's attacks and weaknesses. Realizing Chen Zhao's approach, the magical guardian beast immediately moved back. It was quite intelligent. It knew that Chen Zhao was extremely powerful at close range. While it had become significantly stronger than before, it was not confident in taking Chen Zhao in close combat. Chen Zhao was actually somewhat glad that it was moving. After all, it could only release white beams while stationary. If it moved, its attacks would stop. Chen Zhao suddenly accelerated and chased after the guardian beast. He was no slower than the beast, at least when they were both charging. Suddenly, the magical guardian beast stopped without warning and turned to face Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao could feel his hair stand. Danger! A beam of white light shot toward him. Chen Zhao cursed as he threw himself to the side. It had been acting. The guardian beast could release white beams even when running. The white beam flashed across Chen Zhao's shoulder and left a wound. Just then, the magical guardian beast leaped at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao raised his arm and hit it with his fist. This time, the guardian beast only took a few steps back, unlike the last few ones which had been smashed directly. The guardian beast's body was clearly much tougher than before. Chen Zhao began to muster his magical power. Strength alone was insufficient to kill the beast. Sigh. Why am I in this kind of adventure? Why can't I just live in peace? The magical guardian beast pounced at Chen Zhao again, who also jumped at it. The two rolled into a scuffle as they punched and scratched each other frantically. Chen Zhao was also in a ruthless fury. He opened the mouth of Glutton and bit the guardian beast's neck tightly. The beast struggled wildly, attempting to break free. However, Chen Zhao was determined not to let go. Die. Chen Zhao put more force into the mouth. Crack. Finally, he heard a clear crack as the mouth of Glutton sank into the guardian beast's neck. The magical guardian beast struggled on the ground, but it did not manage to stand up again. By then, Chen Zhao was also too exhausted to move. Originally, Chen Zhao thought that he was powerful enough already. As long as he did not provoke everyone he saw, nothing would be able to threaten him. However, a random magical guardian beast was enough to force him into a predicament. It turned out that he was not as strong as he had imagined. The mouth of Glutton started to devour the beast's body again. It was a complete instinct. Chen Zhao did not want it to. Achoo! It was happening again. Indeed, it seemed like Chen Zhao should not eat random magic creatures again. Sienna, Rupert and the rest finally reached. Chen, are you alright? At the moment, Chen Zhao looked really scary, with his entire body covered in blood. On the ground, there were the remains of the magical guardian beast. Ah, Chen Zhao's nose felt itchy again. Everyone escaped at once. His sneeze was too alarming. I'm fine now. Go and get the blue heart blossom. Chen Zhao shook his head. I'm fine. Achoo! A huge tree collapsed. Everyone stared at Chen Zhao, speechless. You're fine. I'm really fine now. You sure? Chen Zhao immediately turned around and sneezed again. Nobody spoke a word. Chen Zhao was also helpless. It was not something he could control. Rupert and Sienna finally got the blue heart blossom. The 4 witch mercenaries did not stop them. With Chen Zhao around, they really did not have the courage to snatch it. Instead, they left. I'm going home now. Let me send you back, Sienna said. Can you drive? Also, can your car take my sneeze? Thinking about the repair costs, Sienna eventually withdrew the offer. Actually, if Chen Zhao were to sneeze on her car, she could forget about the repair costs and send the car to the junkyard instead. When Chen Zhao returned home, he did not dare to enter the bedroom. He could not imagine what would happen if he sneezed at Fei Lai. Even if he sneezed in the room, he would be heartbroken. After Chen Zhao cleaned himself, he slept on the lounger in the forecourt. The next day, Fei Lai awakened Chen Zhao by tapping his cheeks. Chen, when did you come back last night? Why didn't you sleep in the room? I have a severe cold. I'm worried that I'll pass it to you. Fei Lai bent down and kissed Chen Zhao. I'm not scared. But I am. Chen Zhao rubbed his nose. I won't go to work today. I'll stay with you. Fei Lai was concerned about Chen Zhao's condition. He was ill, but he slept in the forecourt for an entire night because of her. She was very touched. Do you want to eat something? No, I don't really have an appetite. Chen Zhao shook his head. Do you want to go to the hospital? Please, I'm a doctor. Just then, Chen Zhao's handphone rang in the living room. Too lazy to get up, he asked the home AI to pick the call up. Hey, Chen, there's a client. Are you up for it? I'm ill. I'm not going out, Chen Zhao said. What? You're ill. Big news. Are you in an ICU? Chapter 532, Kyla Nullife. Chapter 532, Kyla Nullife. Fuck, don't force me to beat you into the ICU. Fine, I won't tease you anymore. If you're not able to go out, should I have the client go to you instead? Yes. Chen Zhao nodded. Fei Lai made a bowl of porridge for Chen Zhao and spoon-fed him. Chen Zhao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dear, I only have a cold. I'm not disabled. I shouldn't wait until you're disabled before I feed you. Fei Lai looked at him with dissatisfaction. You don't like me feeding you. I like it, I like it. Let's continue. You really had to humor women. It felt warm and soothing to bask in the morning sun. Chen Zhao found a surgical mask to wear and sunbathed in the front yard. Sounds of Yura and Cheryl playing traveled to his ear. Fei Lai was busy working in and outside the house, but Chen Zhao didn't understand. There didn't seem to have so many things to do usually. How come Fei Lai became so busy when Chen Zhao got sick? He had no clue. Recently, Fei Lai read an article somewhere called Standards of the Chinese Wife. She decided to change her image. For example, Fei Lai realized that she wasn't hardworking enough. Especially after getting the inferior demons, she realized that she'd become even lazier. In the old house, she and Chen Zhao would take turns cooking. Now, they rarely ever cooked. Fei Lai felt a sense of crisis. She was afraid that Chen Zhao would be unhappy or even annoyed at her laziness. So, she was quite happy that Chen Zhao was sick. Alright, she was really happy. Because she finally had a chance to show that she could be a good housewife. If Chen Zhao knew about Fei Lai's thoughts, he would probably die laughing. What era was this? Who still cared about being a good housewife? In Chen Zhao's opinion, a couple only had to maintain their sweetness. Anyway, Chen Zhao was very satisfied with Fei Lai's personality. As for whether she was hardworking or not, Chen Zhao was used to having people serve him now too. He didn't have the right to ask someone else to be hardworking. It was just like how a wealthy person wouldn't be hardworking if they had a bunch of servants. Would they fight their servants for work in order to show that they were hardworking? A car parked before the house. Fei Lai hurried over to welcome the guest. Earlier, she'd heard Chen Zhao and Ethan's conversation. She knew that there would be a client today. Two women came out of the car. The first woman had blonde hair, red lips, and big sunglasses. Her outfit was very fashionable. She wore a black low-cut suit and loose black and white striped pants with heels. This woman was very tall. Fei Lai was already 1.7 meters tall, but she was still shorter than this woman. Fei Lai recognized the woman immediately. She was Kyla Nelife, an A-list Hollywood star. The slightly older woman with plainer clothes and thick glasses was probably her assistant or manager. Hello, how may I help you? Facing this powerful woman, Fei Lai couldn't keep up her confidence. Kyla studied the house and the surrounding scenery. I made an appointment with a doctor. Can you bring me to him? He's over there, Fei Lai said, pointing at Chen Zhao in the front yard. Kyla walked over to Chen Zhao and loomed over him. Sensing something, Chen Zhao opened his eyes and looked at the woman before him. Did I disturb you? Kyla asked. Sorry. Chen Zhao stood up. You are. Chen Zhao was 1.8 meters tall, but he was also having trouble facing this woman in stilettos. I'm here for the doctor. Chen Zhao had met two women with powerful auras. One was Caprice, the prison warden. She was an aggressive and harsh woman. The first time Chen Zhao met Caprice, he'd gotten scared. The other one was Fei Lai's mother, Win Nip. Win Nip had gone through the trials of business. These two women had special auras. Today, he met another one. Kyla's presence was completely different from Caprice and Win Nip. Come inside. Kyla and the assistant behind her followed Chen Zhao into the living room. But Princess was sleeping on the ground before them. Kyla's footsteps paused. This is... Ah! The assistant behind her had a bigger reaction. She immediately started screaming. Marion, shut up. That's my pet, Chen Zhao said indifferently while kicking Princess to make her move. The corners of Kyla's lips twitched. Clearly, she wasn't feeling as composed as she looked on the surface. Please sit, Chen Zhao said. What do you need my help with? Do you have security cameras and such? Kyla asked. Yes. I would like for you to turn them off. Chen Zhao glanced around. Manager, temporarily turn off the cameras. Kyla looked around. What manager system do you have? Let's talk about the main topic, Chen Zhao said. You turned off the surveillance already, right? Yes. Just then, Yura and Cheryl came in, screaming, with Abitos behind them. Then they ran out to the backyard. Chen Zhao was speechless, but he still had a smile. Let's continue. Were those two girls getting chased by a huge lizard? Are you sure it's okay? It's okay. They're just playing. Ignore them. All right. Kyla was about to take off her sunglasses when Marion started screaming again. Snake! Snake! Chen Zhao tossed Raymond into the kitchen. Clapping his hands, he said, let us continue. Kyla finally took off her glasses. Chen Zhao saw a finger-sized pustule under her left eye. Can you get rid of it? Kyla asked. Chen Zhao frowned. This wasn't a pimple. If it was a normal breakout, it would only be a bit bigger than the typical pustular acne. But with Kyla, it looked like she'd gotten poisoned. Of course, it wasn't the typical kind of poison. Instead, it was when the toxins in her body reached a certain level and gathered in her face. The pustule directly destroyed Kyla's beauty. Especially for a celebrity of her status, this pustule could destroy her career. Chen Zhao's mind whirred to search for a solution. This isn't an incurable disease, Chen Zhao said. Why did you come to me? I asked 4 doctors before you. They all replied, telling me to do plastic surgery, but I don't have that much time. I have an audition in 3 days. I need to do this audition in my best state, so I hope you can give me a different answer. I heard that you're the best in the industry. In that case, you might have to live here for 2 days, Chen Zhao said. If I live here for 2 days, do you promise you can solve my problem? Chapter 533, Cosmetology. Chapter 533, Cosmetology. It's a serious pustule. Your lifestyle and diet must have been unhealthy, which caused toxins to accumulate in your body, Chen Zhao said. With the current technology, it's not hard to physically remove and restore it. However, detox will be more difficult. Given your oily skin, it may recur. If this continues, your face will become very rough in less than 5 years. Kyla Nullifa was horrified by Chen Zhao's words. No woman would not take care of her appearance, especially someone like Kyla. If she really became what Chen Zhao described, she would rather die. Kyla Nullifa also knew that many women in Hollywood could not go out in their natural looks. Of course, they certainly looked better than most common people. However, because they were stars, their ugliness would be magnified. It was difficult for a normal person to understand how much a female celebrity would do to protect her appearance and skin. Chen Zhao heard that some female stars in China always had face masks on whenever they were off the screen. Then what can you do for me? Detox, pustule removal, oil removal, and a cosmetic session for your skin. $200,000 for 2 days, Chen Zhao said. The price is fine, but I'll only pay after I see the effects. No problem. Marion, go and bring my stuff here, Kyla said. Ah. Just then, Yura and Cheryl ran across the living room again. This time, they were being chased by the silly twins. Marion thought that she was about to lose her mind. The animals chasing them just now are wolves, right? Are you sure they'll be alright? Yup. They're all my pets. Just then, Phalai walked over with 2 glasses of beverage. Please help yourselves. Papaya juice. It helps in detox, Chen Zhao said. Your girlfriend. Kyla looked at Phalai. Although Kyla had a better temperament, she really envied Phalai's skin. They were about the same age, but Phalai's skin was very healthy and smooth. As a celebrity who was really concerned about her appearance, Kyla had her own way to maintain her looks. Nonetheless, she knew the features of Western women's skin. 30 years old was usually a dividing line. Because of eating habits, many Western women would experience enlarging pores and increased oil secretion after they turned 30. At the same time, the hair on their bodies would grow rapidly, including their faces. At the moment, Kyla was already 26. The oil secretion on her face was alarming. She had to wash her face and change her makeup every 3 hours. Hi, I'm Phalai Johnson. Phalai, your skin looks really amazing. Chen taught me. Sometimes, he'll help me to detox. Kyla could see the sweetness in Phalai's eyes when she looked at Chen Zhao. Kyla began to consider if she should also find a boyfriend who knew medicine and cosmetology. Ms. Kyla, please wash the foundation off. Let's do detox first. Must I remove it? Kyla looked at Chen Zhao hesitantly. Have you seen a person have a cosmetic session with makeup? Alright. Phalai brought Kyla into the restroom. When Kyla appeared before Chen Zhao again without her makeup, she had changed completely. While she was still pretty, her aggressive temperament was gone. Indeed, it seemed like most celebrities lived on makeup, regardless of which country they were from. Of course, Kyla Nullifa was not old, so her skin could still be saved. Where do we go? Just lie on the sofa, Chen Zhao said. Then, he took out all his needles and performed acupuncture on Kyla's face. Pierce South was rather upset. He had spent so much to hire a killer, but he had yet to hear anything from them. Although he had only paid the deposit, it was still 500,000. Did the killer fail too? Pierce South felt more and more scared. Was there nobody who could kill that Chinese? Since killers can't kill you, I'll find mercenaries. Pierce South knew an organization that trained witch mercenaries. He found their number and called them at once. Hi, I have a task for you. Tell me the task and bounty. Then we'll evaluate to see if we'll accept it. Pierce heard a woman's voice. It sounded simple and experienced. A Chinese wizard. He's very powerful. Bounty, 2 million. Do you have his details? Yes, I'll send it to you. Sent. Fuck. Who the fuck will accept this task? You want to kill us all? Asshole, you can save that 2 million for your own fucking coffin. Clang. The woman had already hung up in anger. Pierce South opened his mouth and could not speak for a while. What did she mean? Was that Chinese really that scary? The witch mercenary organization cursed him once they received the information. How powerful was that Chinese? However, Pierce South did not recall Chen Zhao being very powerful the first time they met. Pierce began to feel very uneasy. He thought about what had happened. First of all, a famous witch in LA gave up the mission. Then it was the sorcerer killer, and then the killer whom Pierce had not heard from. The killer was probably dead by now. Now, the witch mercenary organization saw the information and actually said that Pierce was trying to kill all of them. Was that Chinese strong enough to fight against the entire organization? The more Pierce South thought about it, the more frightened he was. No, I can't stay here anymore. LA is no longer safe. If that Chinese finds me, I'll die a terrible death. I have to escape. At the moment, Pierce South was already starting to have regrets. He had underestimated how dangerous Chen Zhao was. In fact, he had spent most of his money in several futile attempts to kill Chen Zhao. Instead, he offended Chen Zhao totally. Pierce South booked a train ticket online. He had to leave the city first. Meanwhile, Kelly also received a message. Kelly, someone called Pierce South booked a train to San Francisco online. The train number is FA 512, departing on the 28th. Chapter 534, Treatment Effect. Chapter 534, Treatment Effect. Okay, wait until your assistant brings your things over, Chen Zhao said. Then you can wash it off. Can I use the bathroom? Sure. Anyway, you'll be living here for the next 2 days, so there's no need to be polite. Chen Zhao had stimulated Kyla's digestive tract just then to make her expel what was in her stomach and intestines. How do you extinguish your worship for an idol or celebrity? Have a fan live with their idol for a day. This was why Chen Zhao never worshipped or revered anyone. Even the brightest stars were still human. Kyla was exactly like this. Even though she was an A-list celebrity, it still couldn't change her identity. She sat on the toilet and things came out unobstructed. She felt much more relaxed now. But before she could stand up, she discovered that black filth had started seeping out of her skin. She wiped it and found that it was sticky. It was disgusting. Quickly leaving the bathroom, Kyla hurried to find Chen Zhao. Mr. Chen, why is this black stuff coming out of my skin? It's a normal detoxification process, Chen Zhao said calmly. Don't worry. It's a good sign. If you can expel the toxins in you, it means that your body is still healthy. If you still couldn't do it under my stimulation, you'd probably have to go to the hospital to check your kidneys. Can I borrow Feilai's clothes? Kyla asked. She honestly couldn't stand the dirty feeling all over. Chen Zhao shrugged. You can ask her. Kyla quickly got clothes from Feilai and went to take a shower. But Feilai's clothes were a size too small. Chen Zhao didn't even dare to look at Kyla anymore. Her figure was too hot. It was to the point that he would spit blood. After showering, Kyla was much more energetic. She could feel clearly that her pores had gotten smaller and her skin was more elastic. We'll detoxify once more in the afternoon, Chen Zhao said. In the afternoon, Marian came again. Chen Zhao blanched at the giant suitcases. Kyla, are you sure you're not moving somewhere? Kyla looked at Chen Zhao helplessly. Can you help? Just leave it. Chen Zhao had no choice but to pick up the 2 heaviest suitcases. Kyla, you look different. Marian gazed at Kyla. As the person closest to her, Marian was very clear about Kyla's condition. But in merely one morning, Kyla seemed to have become a different person. As a woman, even Marian was a bit tempted. But the cost of $200,000 stopped her. This price was too expensive for an assistant. But she had to admit that the effect was definitely worth the price. Marian hesitated. Should she take her savings from these years and borrow some funds from the bank to get herself a treatment too? Kyla looked at her body. Are you serious? Yeah, it's really obvious. Kyla, how do you feel? Not bad. Kyla was overjoyed inside, but she still had a cold expression on the outside. In the afternoon, Chen Zhao did acupuncture on Kyla again. The entire time, Marian watched from the side. In the beginning, she wanted to secretly learn. Maybe, if she learned it, she wouldn't have to spend the $200,000. But after seeing Chen Zhao's almost perverted acupuncture moves, Marian lost all hope. As expected, it wasn't easy to save $200,000. It was impossible to learn this. Kyla, my hand may touch some sensitive parts later. Okay, I understand. Chen Zhao's finger started pressing down on Kyla's waist. The numb feelings made Kyla moan involuntarily. It really felt great. Chen Zhao rolled her eyes. Kyla, can you keep a clear mind? Fei Lai was still home. It made him really awkward for Kyla to make those noises. Ah, sorry. Kyla realized that she'd lost control. But Chen Zhao's massage was honestly very comfortable. She instantly forgot where she was. Okay, you can get up, Chen Zhao said. Go wash. Mr. Chen, would you mind if I play in the lake? No problem, Chen Zhao said. Marian, you can go with Kyla. There's no need to be so formal in my home. With that, Chen Zhao went upstairs. When he was treating Kyla, he'd had to hold so many feelings in. Chen Zhao pulled Fei Lai straight to the bedroom, locked the door, and started. Kyla had just finished showering. She felt like the black spots on her body had almost all disappeared, especially on her face. She'd had some colored spots on her face, but they were all gone now. This treatment effect was too good. Even if this was the entire effect, she thought it was worth the $200,000. Kyla went upstairs to find Chen Zhao, but she heard some small noises when she reached the bedroom door. Face reddening, Kyla escaped downstairs. No matter how well the soundproof walls were, she could still hear things. After changing, Kyla jumped into the lake. The cold water immersed every inch of her skin, extinguishing the fire within her. Swimming in the sea was very bad for the skin. There was salt in the water. It was very harmful to the skin, especially when under the sun after getting out of the water. That was why one had to use fresh water to wash off the salt after swimming in the sea. But there wasn't this problem when swimming in a freshwater lake. She could stay there for as long as she wanted. It was so comfortable and perfect. Kyla felt like she could stay here forever. Marian also jumped into the lake and swam slowly. Marian, what do you think about this place? It's great. Just a bit too many animals. Just then, a scream came from the center of the lake. It was Yura and Cheryl. Kyla had been here for half a day and saw these two girls messing around inside and outside the house. Something tossed them meters into the sky. Then they landed with a splash. What's that? Kyla asked, confused. A whale. Such a big tail. Will they get eaten by the whale? Kyla rolled her eyes. She knew that Marian was scared of any animal. That whale was clearly playing with the girls. But can whales live in a freshwater lake? Chapter 535, Perfect Life. Chapter 535, Perfect Life. As Kyla Nelifa approached Yura and Cheryl, she finally saw the whale's full body. She almost screamed in shock. Yura and Cheryl were lying on the whale's back, laughing occasionally. Kyla could not help but envy them. She continued to swim toward Amon. However, Amon kept avoiding her, not giving her any chance to near him. After swimming for a while, Kyla realized that she was not getting any close to Amon. She was rather frustrated. Suddenly, she felt her foot cramp. Then, she began to sink. Kyla slapped the water fiercely with her hands. Help! Ah! I think that female star is going to drown. Amon, go and lift her up. Amon unwillingly swam below Kyla and then resurfaced, carrying her on his back. Kyla touched Amon in amazement. It was her first time being so close to a whale. Amon was enormous but not scary at all. Instead, Kyla felt very safe. Yura and Cheryl climbed onto Amon's back, when Kyla asked, "What's its name?" Amon. Amon. Think I've heard this name before. Kyla suddenly seemed to recall something. Wait, is he the whale in Mr. Stevens' new movie? I don't know. Yura, has Amon acted in a movie? Dunno. I'll ask brother later. He's huge. Kyla stood up. Does he not move? Usually not, unless brother instructs him to. Mr. Chin. Kyla thought that the place was too perfect. It was simply heaven. The house was filled with vitality and animals which coexisted in peace with their master. Unfortunately, Yura and Cheryl were much younger than Kyla and it was not fun for her. They would only play between themselves. Kyla could not even find an opportunity to speak. She could only swim back to shore. When she returned, she saw Chen Zhao and Fei Lai walking out, holding each other's hands. It was unfortunate that there was already a madam here. Kyla approached the two. At the moment, they were sitting on the ground, leaning against Princess. It was a lovely sight that only existed in fairy tales. Hey, Ms. Kyla, I hope you find my place all right. It's amazing. The environment is more than perfect, and the people too, Kyla said with a smile. Isn't it troublesome to have so many pets? I mean, won't it be dangerous? Asked Chen. He's an animal trainer, Fei Lai said. You're an animal trainer. That's just a hobby. My main occupation is still a doctor. Chen Zhao did not want his professionalism to be questioned because of his hobbies. What's that smell? It's so good. Our dinner, Chen Zhao said. Weren't you? Kyla was confused. Weren't they in the bedroom just now? How did they manage to cook dinner? The two smiled but did not answer her question. Spanish seafood paella, Spanish cold soup, manchego. Kyla realized that all the food was Spanish style. Kyla was Spanish, so she knew the popular dishes in Spain. Moreover, they tasted quite authentic. Of course, they were still slightly different from the original dishes. Nevertheless, Kyla was very satisfied with the dinner. But how did they have time to cook? They probably did not even enter the kitchen. Was there a servant in the mansion that she did not notice? Did they specially prepare these dishes because they knew that she was Spanish? In fact, she was overthinking. It was merely a coincidence that it was the Spanish dishes day. To ensure that they would not be fired or replaced, the underlings had been learning new recipes every day. Can I have more soup please? Marian asked, somewhat embarrassed. Of course. Feel free to have whatever you want. We have more than enough, Fei Lai said with a smile. I'll help you to get it. I'll do it myself, thank you. Ms. Kyla, would you like to have some too? Fei Lai asked. She noticed that Kyla did not eat much. She recalled that Kyla had not eaten much for lunch as well. No, thank you. I don't usually eat a lot. Kyla indeed wanted more food. However, the first challenge celebrities had to face was to control their mouths. Don't worry. If you're worried about your shape, you can ask Chin for help. He also offers weight loss programs. In the past, he's helped a girl to lose from 140 kilograms to 60 kilograms in a month. Fei Lai thought that as a good partner, she should also help Chen Zhao in his career. Oh. Is it? If you want to lose weight, you actually have to control your diet. A person can't eat and slim at the same time. Chen Zhao shrugged. Of course, Ms. Kyla, you've indeed eaten too little. I can create a food list for you. At least you'll be able to eat something. Health is closely related to appearance. If your body is damaged from the inside, it'll first show on your face. Food list. That's great. How much will it cost? Free, Chen Zhao said, smiling. Do you usually exercise? Not really, but before every audition, would do some specific training. You can spend 30 minutes swimming every day. It can make you healthier, and you also won't have to train before auditions. Of course, unless it's a special role. Mr. Chen, can you make a food list for me too? Marian asked uneasily. She was not rich enough to pay for Chen Zhao's treatment. Nonetheless, concerned with her appearance, she did not want to miss this opportunity. Therefore, she wanted to try her luck. Sure, Chen Zhao agreed readily. Kyla really had to admit that life here was too comfortable. Her house was not bad either, but the environment and atmosphere here were way better. Mr. Chen, do you have any intention to sell your house? Sorry, we've just built it. I don't plan to sell it. Chen Zhao shook his head. Kyla was rather disappointed. With her experience, she could roughly tell that the whole mansion cost at most $2 million to build. But it was much better than her house, which cost $6 million. Chapter 536, Goblin. Chapter 536, Goblin. Kyla was picky about her bed, so she couldn't sleep at night. She lay in bed for 3 hours. Then she got up and stood by the window. She saw stars formed by fireflies in the shadows of the backyard. When a breeze blew by, whooshes sounded in the forest. Millions of fireflies started wrapping around the large tree, spiraling up like a galaxy. Kyla was already stunned by this magical scene. It was an asphyxiating scene. Kyla felt like she was living in a fairy tale castle. Just then, she discovered that some fireflies landed in the forest and a tiny figure darted among the trees. It's so late. How come there are kids? Kyla was doubtful. No, the little figure didn't run like a kid. What is it doing? Confused, Kyla stared at the figure. It seemed to carry a small bucket and was splashing water at the grapevine. Another small figure appeared. They started chattering to each other. Then the other one started loosening the soil. Goblins. Kyla's first thought was the goblins from stories. Kyla opened the window. But the moment she opened it, the little things under the grapevine heard the noise and vanished in the forest. Looking at the disappeared goblins, Kyla was disappointed. She should have been more careful or not even open the window. That night, Kyla kept the windows open and slept well. The night breeze occasionally blew into the window. The cool current actually made Kyla more comfortable in bed. When she opened her eyes again, it was already bright out. Knock, knock. Kyla, are you awake? Marian was knocking outside. Come in. Kyla stretched. Before, when she stayed at hotels, she could never sleep. But here, she didn't feel any discomfort. Kyla, Mr. Chen and Fei Lai have prepared breakfast. They're calling for you. Okay. Kyla, you seem, Marian stared at Kyla. Me? What's wrong? You look refreshed, Marian said. Really? Kyla thought that Marian was just kissing up to her. But when she was washing up and saw herself in the mirror, she was taken aback. She seemed to have gone back to when she was 20. Her tight and fine skin was incredible. Actually, it was mainly because she'd improved her skin. A person's age mostly showed in the skin. So, as Kyla's skin kept improving, it would naturally make her look younger. As for the pustule under her eye, it was already gone. Even if she didn't put on makeup now, Kyla was still confident in her looks. When she got to the dining room, Fei Lai had already finished breakfast. Kyla, are you used to drinking soy milk? Of course. Kyla believed that she didn't have to worry about eating something wrong in Qin Zhao's house. Qin Zhao's skills were undeniable. His stuff must be the best. Delicious. Kyla really liked the soy milk. It was her first time drinking it. Where did you buy it? We made it ourselves, Fei Lai said, smiling. Actually, they just bought the soybeans and had the inferior demons grind them. Oh. Is it complicated? It's not complicated, but the process is a bit annoying. You can buy it in the supermarket too, but the machine-made soy milk won't taste as good as ours. Fei Lai was very proud. After all, only her house had this kind of soy milk. You couldn't get it anywhere outside. After breakfast, Fei Lai went to work. Kyla, let us continue the treatment. Do I still need to continue? Since I accepted your money, I'll work to the best level. Of course, if you think this is enough, then I don't mind either. What a joke. The first day was already so effective. How could Kyla refuse him now? She also wanted to know just how great Qin Zhao could make her skin. After the treatment, Kyla discovered that her skin released less oil and toxins. This wasn't hard to understand. After showering, Kyla felt that her skin had gotten even better. Qin Zhao's treatment was visible. The effects were obvious too. In the afternoon, Qin Zhao gave Kyla the last detoxification treatment. This time, very little toxins were released. Kyla, this ointment is for you. I made it myself. It can effectively fade scars. Qin Zhao looked at Marian beside them. Marian, here's one for you too. Ha! I have one too. Marian was surprised. Take it. Marian had average skin and some scars on her face. Qin Zhao was just doing offhanded charity. He did hope that this was an emotional investment and Marian would come to him for treatment in the future. He didn't know that Marian did have this thought. He underestimated a woman's desire for beauty. Usually, he never heard Fei Lai talk about where she was dissatisfied with herself because Qin Zhao always treated her proactively. When Fei Lai got hurt or scratched at work, Qin Zhao would give her treatment immediately. Others didn't get this kind of treatment. Marian saw that Kyla's treatment was so effective and made her want it too. Of course, her bank card suppressed her urge. This is the meal plan I created for you. Kyla, this is yours. And this is yours, Marian. Thank you. Marian was quite happy. After all, this was free. And it was an expert beautician who made the meal plan. If you have any other health problems, you can come and find me. I welcome you at any time. You're so expensive, Kyla said, chuckling. I don't dare to come more times. She was just joking. With her price for a movie, she didn't lack $200,000. She already spent more than $1 million on her beauty. For example, the monthly laser treatment was $20,000 each time. The laser also had certain risks, but for a girl who loved looking pretty, any risk was worth it before something actually happened. But now, Kyla wasn't willing to take those risks anymore. After all, she had a better option now. Chapter 537, Accident in the Studio. Chapter 537, Accident in the Studio. Although Kyla Nelifa would like to continue staying at Qin Zhao's place, it was clearly impossible. They were only acquaintances, or more like a doctor and his patient. Moreover, Qin Zhao and Fei Lai had their own life. Lastly, as a celebrity, her schedule was completely filled. Kyla only stayed for 2 days. It was really a memorable experience. Kyla stared at the shrinking mansion in the rear mirror in silence. It was as if she was bidding farewell to a fairy tale. After all, she still had to return to reality. Ms. Kyla, actually you could have stayed for another day. Have you forgotten about the audition this afternoon? Kyla had to adjust her emotions and get ready for the audition later. Of course, Kyla had been to hundreds of auditions, from being unknown to very popular. But even now, she still had to give it her best. No big production would choose their female lead carelessly. Even a top celebrity could not guarantee that she would receive the role. Firstly, there would be competition between various agencies and investors. And then the actor's appearance, popularity, pay, and acting skills. A top-tier actress might not be an Oscar Award winner, but at least she needed to have some acting skills. If Kyla only had appearance, like her planned a few years ago, she would never become a top-tier actress. Acting skills sound mysterious, but they are actually real. When you act with a supporting actor, you would always be the center of attention. When you act with the male lead, you would not be ignored. Even in an ensemble cast, the audience would also notice you. Of course, not every movie gives its actors an opportunity to perform. In movies like Transformers, the leads are really more like supporting roles. The real leads are the robots created by CGI. Normally, top-tier actors would not take those roles, unless the pay was really high. The audition this time was in the Hollywood studios, where many movie companies had gathered. People looking for opportunities roamed here every day. They would even stop passing cars and attempt to sell their scripts. However, the success rate was clearly almost zero. When Kyla reached the studio, there was already a long queue of young actresses. Most of them had agencies, while the rest were here to try their luck. Of course, Kyla did not have to queue like these girls. Moreover, they were auditioning for different roles. These girls were probably only aiming for a role with a minute of screen time, like a receptionist or a waitress in a restaurant. Kyla was very lucky, or rather she had a powerful background. She did not have to work from the bottom. Her very first role was a secondary female lead. Kyla entered another audition area directly. There were significantly fewer people here. The actresses waiting at the entrance were all somewhat popular. Kyla, here. A lady who was about the same age as Kyla waved at her. It was Kyla's cousin, and she was similarly from a rich family. In Hollywood, only women like them, who were relatives not direct competitors, could become real friends. If they were like the background-less girls outside competing for the same role, they would become enemies at once, even if they had been best friends. Hey, Fanny. The two gave each other a warm hug. Kyla asked, "Are you here for the female lead too?" "No, please, I'm not even on the C-list. My agency has arranged a role for me." "It's only a brief shot," Fanny Lee said, looking at Kyla in envy. "When will I become as popular as you?" "Soon. You'll soon be like me." "Kyla, what lotion have you been using? Your skin looks amazing." Fanny felt Kyla's arm. It felt more like a teenage girl's. Kyla's skin was so smooth that the pores could not even be seen. Fanny almost thought she was touching a piece of silk. She could not feel any roughness. In fact, it was not just Kyla's arm, but also her face. With her light makeup, she was filled with youth. Fanny was really jealous of Kyla's skin as she kept touching her hand. Eventually, Fanny could not help but feel Kyla's face. "God, did you go for a facelift?" "No, even a facelift can't be this good." "I know." Suddenly, a woman walked in from outside. She looked over 30. After she entered, she scanned the crowd, searching for someone. Finally, her eyes locked onto Fanny. "You bitch." The woman approached Fanny with a glass of liquid in her hand. Fanny panicked upon seeing the woman and turned to run. But the woman was already next to her. She poured the liquid at Fanny. "No." Fanny blocked the liquid with her hand. The next moment, she felt a sharp pain in her palm. Ah! Fanny covered her hand and crashed to the ground in agony. The woman was about to act further when Kyla, who had recovered from the surprise, knocked her over. By then, the guard at the side also reacted. He quickly charged over and subdued the woman. Kyla immediately poured the mineral water she had onto Fanny's hand. "Fanny, how is it?" "My hand. My hand." "Marion, call the ambulance." Fanny was in deep pain, suffering a large burn on her hand. It was clear what the woman had poured on her. Luckily, the liquid did not get onto her face. Soon, the ambulance finally arrived and brought Fanny to the hospital. Nevertheless, because of the accident, the audition had to be paused. "Miss Kyla, your arm." Marion noticed the obvious burn, which was about the size of a baby's palm, on Kyla's arm. Kyla was in pain too. She had actually noticed it earlier. The liquid might have splashed onto her arm when the woman poured it. "Let's apply Mr. Chen's ointment and go to the hospital." Marion applied the ointment on Kyla's arm. Immediately, she felt a wave of coolness. Wow! It's much better now. Chapter 538, The Pursuit is Here. Chapter 538, The Pursuit is Here. Kyla and Marion were about to go to the hospital when the phone rang. "Kyla, your phone." She took the phone. "Hello." A moment later, her expression changed. "Go back." "Kyla, we're almost at the hospital. There's a new role. But your arm is burned." "It's okay," Kyla said. "I'm already hurt anyway." She touched the wound. The pain had subsided a lot. It seemed that the ointment was quite effective. "Kyla, how about we ask Mr. Chen? Maybe he has a solution." "It's useless. This is a serious burn. I'll need a skin graft, at the very least." The arm injury wasn't large, but it had been high-concentration sulfuric acid. The surface skin was already damaged and even wrinkled. She would probably need to rely on skin grafts to heal it. Later, Kyla went to audition at the site. She didn't get a result yet. After the busy day, Kyla was exhausted. "Kyla, should we go to the hospital now?" "Whatever, I'm tired," she replied, fatigued. "Let's not go now." She pulled up her sleeve but discovered that there was a layer of dead skin where her injury was. "Ha!" She let out a surprised sound. Marion looked at Kyla's arm. "That's strange. Is that what a burn looks like?" Kyla pulled off the dead skin. The injured skin was red and clearly different from the nearby skin. It hurt a bit, but it wasn't as intense as in the afternoon. "No, it looks like it's healing." Kyla's face was filled with confusion. She remembered that her mother had had similar experiences. Once, cooking oil had splashed onto her arm. It left behind a permanent scar. Kyla's injury should be even worse than her mother's, but it seemed to be lighter than she'd imagined. "Kyla, could it be that ointment?" "Is it that ointment?" Kyla pulled it out again and applied it to her injury. Oh! The cool feeling came again. So nice. "Hello, Mr. Chen." "Kelly." Chen Zhao asked tentatively, looking at the unfamiliar number. "It's me. What's wrong?" "I discovered Pierce South. He's going to San Francisco tomorrow afternoon on train FA 512. "Okay," Chen Zhao said. "If I capture him, our previous conflicts will be nullified. I'll call you tomorrow." After ending the call with Kelly, Chen Zhao fell into deep thought again. How would he capture him? Could he just take the man away under broad daylight? This wasn't a movie and he didn't have a big background. If Pierce yelled, he could send Chen Zhao into the police station. Got it. Chen Zhao called Sienna. Sienna, help me do something. Okay, Sienna answered without any hesitation. Chen Zhao told her everything. Then he called Gaia. She was the best at torturing people. After all, she was a professional. Next day, Chen Zhao arrived at the L.A. train station in high spirits. Sienna and Rupert came too. Rupert, why are you here? Chen Zhao was a bit surprised that she would come. To return favors, Rupert said with a proud expression. Chen, where is he? Sienna asked. I don't know. We have to wait for news. There were quite a lot of people at the train station. It wasn't a sea of people like in China, but there were a few hundred people. It wasn't easy to find Pierce in so many people. After waiting in the station for half an hour, Kelly's call came. Are you at the train station? Yes, Chen Zhao answered. Platform 6. He has 2 guards before and behind him. Okay. Chen Zhao nodded. After ending the call again, he said to Sienna and Rupert, the location's confirmed. Let's go. At the same time, Pierce was looking around nervously. He hadn't been able to sleep easily ever since he destroyed the relationship with Chen Zhao. The man gave him too much stress. So many continuous clashes had all ended in failure. He didn't have any more money to hire people and kill Chen Zhao. He could only leave the city now. When he had a chance in the future, he would return again. Suddenly, Pierce saw a figure. The figure was like a nightmare. A true nightmare had befallen. Chen Zhao saw him at the same time that he noticed Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao waved at him from the distance. His smile was friendly and sincere. Pierce wanted to lower his head, but it was too late. See that Asian in a white shirt? Pierce said to his bodyguards. Go stop him. I don't care what you do. The 2 guards looked at Chen Zhao. That little guy was nothing difficult. With that, Pierce went in the other direction. Hey, dude. You can't go through here. The 2 guards blocked Chen Zhao. Whoosh. Suddenly, the water bottle in one guard's hand exploded. The 2 guards blanched. They were only regular guards with a $3,000 monthly salary. Basically, they were advanced thugs. Next time, it'll be your head exploding. Are you sure you want to stop me? Sir, Chen Zhao nodded in the direction where Kelly was hiding. Kelly raised her sniper emotionlessly. She really wanted to blast the man's head apart. Can you move now? Thank you. Chen Zhao moved past the 2 guards. Pierce had already gone far away. He gave up on boarding the train. He was afraid that if he did and Chen Zhao followed him, he really would have nowhere to hide. While running, he called the police. I need protection. I'm getting chased. Right now. Silence. A voice sounded behind him. Pierce's expression froze. He found that he couldn't produce any sound. There was an unfamiliar woman behind him. Pierce immediately started running. He wanted to scream for help, but he couldn't make any sound. He charged out of the train station and into a taxi that happened to stop beside him. Sir, where are you going? Pierce still couldn't make any sound. The driver turned around. Pierce discovered that it was a muscular woman. You can't talk. Going to a motel. Pierce nodded furiously. Then I'll take you to a motel I know, the driver said. Chapter 539, Claustrophobic Survival Challenge. Chapter 539, Claustrophobic Survival Challenge. The effect of silence gradually faded. Pierce South said, "I want a place with a good environment, clean and tidy, nice food, cheap prices, preferably with a lot of sexy ladies. Only $10 per night. Tell the owner that I've recommended the place. Have you just ignored my other requirements? You look like you're running away from trouble. Stop asking for more." Pierce South was speechless. The taxi stopped in front of a motel. Pierce South entered the motel. "I need a room. $12. Thanks. Gaia recommended the place. She told me that it only costs 10. Fine. 10 in cash, no food. Move your legs away." Pierce South saw an Asian woman mopping the floor beside him. He gave a humph and pointed at the freshly made burgers beside the counter. "Give me 2 burgers." "Sorry, they're not for sale," the owner replied. "What? Can you even finish all of them?" "It's none of your business," the owner said. Pierce South turned to leave in frustration. He was running for his life now and had to keep a low profile, or else he would really have killed the owner. Fuck. What a shithole. Pierce South waved his hand. The room was filled with a moldy odor. Is this place even for people to live? Damn, it's all because of that Chinese. Otherwise, Pierce South would not have ended in such a state. If he wanted to stay in a proper hotel, he would need to show his ID. Since that Chinese could find out about his train number, he would surely be able to do the same for hotels. Staying in an improper motel like this was clearly a better choice. Although it was unsatisfactory, he would at least be safe. Pierce decided to get some food. He recalled seeing a restaurant nearby when he was in the car just now. Pierce South went downstairs when he saw Chen Zhao sitting before the counter. "Hey, mister." "Pierce, long time no see." Pierce turned and ran back upstairs. Chen Zhao pursed his lips. "How rude. Why are you all so rude? Fuck off. Is that a stereotype? Auntie Li, did you tell him that?" Ignoring their bickering, Li Qing continued to mop the floor in silence. "You better go before he escapes. My burgers aren't for you, because you never pay." "Fine." Chen Zhao stole another burger before leaving. "Your burgers are so delicious." "Because they're free," Ethan said, displeased. Chen Zhao went upstairs and saw Pierce South with his luggage at the end of the aisle. Panicked, he was about to climb out of the window. Chen Zhao greeted Pierce South with a bright smile, but then raging flames erupted from the room before him and blocked his path. Fuck. This asshole set the place on fire. Enraged, Chen Zhao charged through the fire and kicked Pierce South at once. Pierce South fell from the second floor with his luggage. His suitcase popped open, and it was filled with cash. 500,000. It was all the money he had. Chen Zhao jumped down from the second floor. Then, he turned and glanced at the motel. It all happened because he wanted to act cool. Ethan and Li Qing had already run out from inside, and Ethan was obviously cursing loudly. Chen Zhao walked up and stamped Pierce's legs, fracturing them. "Ethan, stop cussing. Take this as your compensation." "Fuck. Do you know that my father gave this motel to me? Do you know how important it is? I think there's about 500,000 in here." 500,000. Ethan's eyes widened. Ha. Nice fire. Out with the old, in with the new. Chen Zhao did not stay any longer. He had to bring Pierce South away before the fire truck arrived. Thus, he bid goodbye to Ethan and Li Qing. At the moment, Pierce South had yet to recover from his fall. He was in the trunk of the car. All he could do was to keep struggling, hoping that someone would hear him. Unfortunately, they were in the suburbs. After some time, Chen Zhao finally dragged Pierce south down the car. Pierce scanned his surroundings in fear. He had no idea where they were. It was all trees. What do you want? Mr. Chen. I was wrong. I apologize. Please let me off. Nah, I've already forgotten about that. Then, where are you bringing me to? Chen Zhao had been grabbing one of his legs and dragging him on the ground. As long as you can complete something, I promise I will never find you again. Alright, what is it? I promise you that I'll do it. Pierce cried and shouted. Please let me go. I've been doing an experiment called the Claustrophobic Survival Challenge. I've done it a few times already, but nobody can complete it. I need you to participate in and complete the experiment for me. What's the Claustrophobic Survival Challenge? You'll find out very soon, Chen Zhao said with a smile. Soon, Pierce South heard some voice in front. He saw that heavily built female driver. Damn, I should have known that they know each other. Chen, is this deep enough? Gaia asked with a shovel. Chen Zhao turned around and glanced at Pierce South. More or less. Mr. Pierce, get into that box. What? What do you want? Get inside. Didn't you want me to help you in the Claustrophobic Survival Challenge? I'll help you. This is the one, Chen Zhao said calmly. Wait. You want to bury me alive? No, no, no. It's called the Claustrophobic Survival Challenge. I'll give you anything you want. What can you offer me? Chen Zhao asked, squatting in front of Pierce South. You should be out of money, right? Chen Zhao asked. Pierce South could feel horror growing inside him. Suddenly, he had an idea. I could translate that nautical dairy for you. I can help you find the treasures. Gaia looked at Chen Zhao. Before this, she did not know about the treasures. But now that she did, she had to convince Chen Zhao to let her join. No need. I've already found someone to translate it for me. Even if they can translate it, they might not find the treasures. There are many hidden meanings that only I know. If you can do it, so can others. I know a professional exploration team. They have an actual professor. He's definitely more professional than you. Chen Zhao grinned. Looks like you have nothing else to add. Time to start the Claustrophobic Survival Challenge. Chapter 540, Destroy the Evidence. Chapter 540, Destroy the Evidence. Chen Zhao didn't care about all that. He stuffed Pierce South into the case and kicked it into the ditch. Add the dirt. They kept going until all the dirt was added and the ground was flat. How long are you going to bury him for? Let's just wait, Chen Zhao said. We need to open his mouth. He has the information I need. You mean the treasure he mentioned? Are you interested? Chen Zhao looked at Gaia. Of course. If I really go find that treasure, you'll get a portion. And then? What are you going to do with him? Well, I don't plan on forgiving him, Chen Zhao said matter-of-factly. This bastard keeps hiring people to kill me. Chen Zhao and Gaia weren't rookies anymore, so they didn't feel many emotions from this. If it was when Chen Zhao had first arrived in America, he might be a bit timid. Now, he had countless deaths in his hands. The two brought the grill from the car and started a barbecue. They also got a few bottles of beer and chatted. Oh, how's that kid you adopted last time? Not bad. At first, I wasn't used to having him call me Mom. Mom. I thought you'd treat him like a little brother. I want to experience what being a mom feels like. Is the kid healthy? Do you need me to give him a checkup? I'll bring him over when I'm free. Chen Zhao and Gaia drank quite a lot, but they were both good drinkers. How long has it been? Should be enough time now, Gaia said. We should dig him out. If we keep going, there won't be enough oxygen in the box. The two worked together to dig the box out. But when they opened it, he's dead. Dead. Chen Zhao checked and was quite annoyed. What the fuck? He didn't get the exhilaration from revenge at all. He didn't even achieve his goal. Didn't you say there's enough oxygen? Chen Zhao complained. He died from fright, Gaia said. Look, there aren't any scratches on the walls. If he'd died from suffocation, he would have scratched at the box before dying. Dying from fright under that extremely hopeless state is pretty reasonable too. Okay. Chen Zhao was disappointed. About that treasure. I have another plan. The diary's in my hands, anyway, Chen Zhao said. What do we do with this body? Burn it and then bury it. The two used half an hour to destroy all evidence. They didn't leave until they were sure no traces were left. Marian answered Kyla's call sleepily. Marian, are you sleeping? Kyla, what's wrong? Come over now. Oh, bring Mr. Chen's ointment too. Ha. Marian was awake now. Just treat it as me buying it from you. Kyla's tone was undeniable. Don't you want to do surgery at Mr. Chen's? I'll give you $100,000. Ha. Kyla, are you sure? Yes, but if you want to get ointment from Mr. Chen again, you have to give it to me. Kyla, don't you have a bottle too? I discovered another use for it, Kyla said. What use? Don't you just rub it onto your injury? It's not like you can eat it. Just bring it over first. Marian wasn't willing to part with the ointment, but if she could sell it for $100,000, then she was very willing. After all, she only had $100,000 in savings. If she received another $100,000, then she would have enough to get beauty treatment from Chen Zhao. She hurried over to Kyla's house. Kyla impatiently welcomed Marian in. Did you bring the ointment? Yes. Marian handed it to Kyla. Where's yours? I finished it, Kyla said. Finished. Kyla pulled her sleeve up. There was still a faint scar. That fast? Marian looked at it with shock. It's because of the ointment. That's right. The actual way to use it is to apply it every hour. If you go past an hour, the effect will disappear. If you keep applying it, the wound will recover really quickly. I discovered it yesterday and have been applying it constantly. As if discovering a new world, Kyla continued excitedly, this is practically the most perfect ointment I've ever seen. It's just that there's too little. It's not enough at all. Kyla, you shouldn't need an entire bottle anymore, right? It's not me. It's Fanny. Are her injuries really bad? Very bad. It'll be complicated if she gets a skin graft too because practically her entire palm is damaged. The surgery would be very difficult. Then, this bottle won't be enough, right? After all, a small burn used up an entire bottle. Fanny's injury was probably more than 10 times worse than Kyla. Kyla nodded. I'll just see if it's effective first. Fanny, come over. Kyla, I don't want to. Fanny's tone was very depressed. When she'd received the report from the hospital, she'd felt hopeless. Her hand was practically destroyed, just like her acting career. With her burn degree, she could still use her hand, but she couldn't show it to anyone. It was possible to do a skin graft, but it wouldn't fix her completely. Her palm would be like a puzzle, one piece here, one piece there. As for the burns on her fingers, they were even worse. After the painkillers wore off, the pain kept attacking her as well. She hadn't been able to sleep since the day she was injured. Hurry over. I can help you. If you want to recommend some doctor, you can stop. I've already asked the best plastic surgeons. It's impossible to recover. Just trust me this once. I'm not recommending any doctors either. I have medicine. I'm not going. If you're not coming, then I'll go over to you. With that, Kyla hung up. Fanny knew that Kyla meant well, but she was drowning in pain and sadness. A while later, Kyla had arrived. She kept ringing on the bell. Fanny didn't want to open the door, but Kyla was just too annoying. Finally, Fanny opened her door. Kyla, can't you let me be in peace? Trust me, I have a great ointment. You sure you weren't scammed? Don't worry about that. I'll help you apply it. Chapter 541, Ointment. Chapter 541, Ointment. What ointment is this? It doesn't even have a label or anything. Fanny clearly did not trust the ointment that Kyla had brought. She was not really suspicious of Kyla, but rather worried that Kyla had been deceived. Fanny was Kyla's cousin, and her family and childhood environment were extremely good. Naturally, she had high requirements for things. For example, she would never use medication with an unknown origin. Trust me for once, alright? Just put it here. I'll use it later. No, you definitely won't. Unable to dissuade Kyla, Fanny eventually allowed Kyla to apply the ointment for her. As Kyla applied the ointment, Fanny felt a wave of coolness on her wounds. Sigh, Fanny felt much better. Kyla very carefully applied the ointment on every corner of Fanny's hand. Done. Remember to apply it once every hour. Yeah. I need to rest, Fanny said perfunctorily. Call me if you need anything. I know. Just after Kyla left, Fanny heard someone knock on the door again. Fanny rubbed her forehead. Had Kyla forgotten something? However, when she opened the door, she realized that it was not Kyla. Mom, why are you here? It was Fanny's mother instead. She even had 4 bodyguards behind her. Why am I here? Why can't I be here? Fanny's mother was clearly displeased. If I came any later, you would have died outside. Mom, I'm fine. Look at your hand. Is this called fine? Come home with me, alright? Fanny's mother still had a long face, but her tone had softened. After all, it was her daughter and only child. No, I'm not going back, Fanny said stubbornly. What's the point of staying in LA now? Fanny's mother urged. After you recover, you can continue being an artist, but now you have to come with me. But I'm still on a contract. Don't worry about that. I'll help you settle it, Fanny's mother said. Must I leave? Yes. Fanny's mother waved her hand. Help Fanny to pack her stuff. Miss Fanny, do you want this? Yes. How about this? Yes. This? A bodyguard picked up the ointment that Kyla had brought. After some hesitation, Fanny shook her head. Nope. The bodyguard threw the ointment into the bin. On the private plane, Fanny's hand began to hurt again. Fanny, what's wrong? Fanny's mother looked at her daughter with concern. She noticed Fanny's unnatural expression. The pain which had disappeared for over an hour had returned. Fanny realized that her hand seemed to be scabbing. I need to go to the restroom. Fanny went to the restroom and washed off the scab on her hand. However, after touching the water, the pain intensified. Actually, when she was discharged, the doctor had warned her against touching water, lest her wound become infected. Fanny left the restroom, covering the hand which had been burned by acid. "Fanny, is it starting to hurt again?" Fanny looked like she was in extreme pain as she nodded. "Get me the painkiller." Fanny's mother hurriedly opened her suitcase and found the painkiller. After Fanny took a few pills, her mother asked, "How is it?" Fanny originally thought that the painkiller would take a while to come into effect. However, after a while, the pain still did not subside and continued to trigger her nerves. Cold sweat was seeping out from Fanny's forehead. Suddenly, Fanny thought of the ointment that Kyla had given her. "Where's the ointment?" "What ointment?" Fanny remembered that one of the bodyguards had thrown the ointment in the bin. "Mom, I need to go back." "What?" "The plane is about to take off. I left the ointment in my apartment." "What ointment?" "I'll buy you another one when we get home." "No, I need that one. The one I had earlier." The pain had almost driven her insane. She regretted being so rash. "I'll call her and ask her about it." "No." Fanny looked really troubled. If Kyla found out that Fanny had thrown away the ointment that she had specially delivered, she would certainly be mad. "I'll search in the bin downstairs." "Miss Fanny." "I think a garbage truck came right after we left," the bodyguard said. Fanny was stunned. When Fanny's mother saw her expression, she took her phone. "Hey, Kyla, it's Dolan." "Hi, Aunt Dolan. Did you give Fanny some kind of ointment?" "I accidentally broke it just now." "Do you still have more?" "Fanny really needs it now." "Huh? I don't have any left." "Can you tell me what brand it is?" "I'll go and get one myself." "It's not a standard ointment. One of my doctor friends made it himself." "Can you please give me his contact?" "I'll call him." Aunt Dolan, are you in LA now?" "Yes, I'm at Fanny's apartment. My friend is rather special, so I can't give you his number directly. How about I ask him for you?" "Sure." Dolan was not unreasonable. She knew that some people had special circumstances. "Hello, Mr. Chin." "Yes. Ms. Kyla. How can I help you?" "I would like to ask if you're selling that ointment. Have you used all of it?" "Yes. I would like to buy one more. 200,000 for a jar. Do you want it?" Gaia almost drove the car into a tree. Chen Zhao glanced at Gaia and moved his lips silently. "Drive properly." Kyla gasped. 200,000. It seemed like buying Marion's one with $100,000 was really worth it. "That's expensive. Given that you've used it, I think you know how good the ointment is." Indeed, it was the best ointment she had ever seen. Chapter 542, The Effect of $200,000. Chapter 542, The Effect of $200,000. "I want 2 bottles." "Sorry," Chen Zhao said. "I gave you and Marion each 1 bottle. Now, I only have 1. It was practically impossible to produce the ointment in the human world. He could only get some ingredients when he went to hell. This was why Chen Zhao didn't produce that many. After all, there were other ointments. He couldn't use it all to produce 1 type. "How long will it take to produce 1 bottle?" "At most 2 or 3 per month," Chen Zhao replied after calculating. Unless he went to hell, he would have no way to get the ingredients. That little. But Kyla didn't doubt this. If he could mass-produce this kind of ointment, Chen Zhao would probably be the world's richest man. "Are you at home now?" "I'm in a hurry." I'll go over to get it. I'm not home, Chen Zhao said. Here, tell me where you are. I'll bring it over. Okay. Kyla recited her address. Gaia, turn around. Go to Beverly Hills. Chen Zhao hurriedly sent the ointment to Kyla's hands and received a check in return. Looking at the check in Chen Zhao's hands, Gaia said meaningfully, I'm starting to regret not choosing medical school. Professor Carlo, we've pretty much gathered everyone. We should be able to enter again, right? Carlo nodded. Ever since that last mountain expedition, he'd gathered a new group, but he still wanted Chen Zhao. He knew that there was no way though. What could he do if Chen Zhao was unwilling? He couldn't even force the man. Last time he tried a trick, he even lost a man. Carlo had placed great value on Murphy. After all, that special bloodline was very important to his team. What about our equipment? Carlo asked. We had a weapons expert from L.A. help us modify them, Tyler said. Did you try it? Yes. It's much stronger, but can it kill the male crypt demons? Carlo asked. I tested the new weapon on that male crypt demon body. It's unable to damage the outer bone, but it can still cause damages if it hits muscle. Carlo thought for a moment. The male crypt demons didn't actually have that much outer bone matter. They were quite scattered too. As long as they had the modified weapons, they could be fatal for the male crypt demons. Plus, they had a lot of people. He believed that they wouldn't escape pathetically like last time. Then, let's get ready today and leave tomorrow, Carlo said. Okay. I'll bring the newbies to relax today. Don't go crazy. We're leaving tomorrow. Okay. Fanny, this is the ointment. Kyla brought the ointment to Fanny again. Don't lose it again. I know. Fanny was quite embarrassed. Kyla had gone through the trouble to bring her medicine, but she hadn't treasured it. Where's Aunt Dolan? She went to the hotel, Fanny answered. Oh, apply the ointment once every hour. I know. After sending Kyla off, Fanny impatiently applied the ointment on her palm. The familiar cool sensation traveled from her palm again. Oh, so nice. Without realizing, Fanny fell asleep. After a long while, she felt an itch on her palm. When she opened her eyes, her palm was stinging. The bed was also covered with dark red dead skin. She discovered that some of the burned parts on her palm actually had the color of normal skin. Ha! Fanny looked back and forth. She pulled off some of the scabs and saw that new skin had grown over many of the burned parts. Is it the ointment? Is it really that effective? Fanny was still a bit hesitant, but she wouldn't throw the ointment away anymore. She picked it up and applied more after an hour. When she felt the pain come back, she applied it again. After repeating this 3 times, she discovered that a large patch of new skin had grown over the injured area. However, the new skin was still red. It had an obvious difference from normal skin. Her entire left hand didn't hurt as intensely as before either. It still stung, but it was bearable now. Fanny applied ointment again, but halfway through, she discovered that it was empty. There was no ointment left. None left. This quickly. Kyla, I need more ointment. I need more. Give me another bottle. No, 2 bottles. Sorry, Fanny. I don't have any. You don't have any. Why? My friend gave it to me. Then what about your friend? He only makes 3 bottles per month. Do you know the price of each? How much? $200,000. But I really need it. I realize that it's really effective for burns. It can heal without surgery, but I need more now. He said he doesn't have any more ointment, but he's a doctor too. Maybe he can help treat your burns. Okay, hurry and call him. Now, Fanny finally believed Kyla. Before, she thought that Kyla had gotten scammed. Now, she truly regretted throwing out the first bottle. She'd actually tossed out $200,000. It wasn't just the money either. More importantly, the ointment's effect on her injury wasn't comparable to $200,000. She was willing to pay even $500,000. Hello. Mr. Chen, I have a question. What is it? My sister's palm was burned with acid. Do you have any solutions for that? Did you buy the ointment from me for her? Chen Zhao asked. Yes. Is it effective? Yes, but she used it all up already. I see. I'm not sure if I can heal her before seeing her. Can I bring her over to you? Yes, Chen Zhao said. Are you home now? Now. Chen Zhao glanced outside. It was already 7 at night. If Kyla came over now, it would be around 9. Are you not free? My sister is really manic right now, Kyla purposely exaggerated a bit. In reality, she could tell from the earlier phone call that Fanny was feeling much better now. Chapter 543, Fanny's Journey. Chapter 543, Fanny's Journey. The road is really dark. Fanny looked at the winding forest path. She knew that Kyla was not going to harm her, but she was still worried. Kyla, anyone who lives here's got to be weird, right? Yeah, he's weird, Kyla replied impatiently. Fanny had really been pestering her with questions along the way. Could he be some kind of evil wizard? And I'll have to sacrifice something to have my hand healed. Fanny, did you get a strange role recently? Kyla asked, rolling her eyes. The place is just scary. There were no street lights on the path, so they could only rely on the headlights. Even Kyla did not dare to drive too quickly. Suddenly, an enormous shadow flashed before them. Kyla caught a glimpse of the beast. It should be Princess. Kyla knew that Chen Zhao's pets would roam around the place all the time. Ah! Monster! Stop shouting, Kyla said impatiently. It's just a bear. What? Bears can't be that big. The beast was almost as big as their car. If you keep shouting, you can get out of the car. Kyla threatened, stepping on the brake. Indeed, Fanny stopped shouting at once. However, Fanny's greatest fear came true. The car broke down. Kyla tried to start the engine but nothing happened. Oh, forget it. Let's walk there. It's just 10 minutes away. No, I'm not leaving the car. Kyla, don't go. Don't worry. It's safe here. But the beast just now. Even if it's a bear, it's still dangerous. Then stay in the car. I'm going. Kyla opened the door. No. Don't leave me here. Are you coming with me or not? Fanny eventually alighted from the car with Kyla. The path was in complete darkness. Even the wind and rustling of leaves managed to frighten Fanny badly. Just then, the enormous beast appeared again. It stood in the middle of the path, staring at the two with its glowing eyes. Monster, monster! Fanny turned around, wanting to run, but another 2 giant beasts appeared before her. They similarly glared at Fanny with their gleaming eyes. Fanny almost collapsed on the ground. Luckily, Kyla managed to hold her with her hands. Let's go. But Fanny clearly could not move. The beast was still standing in the way. Just ignore it. Kyla walked up confidently and petted Princess's head. "Hey, Princess!" Roar! Princess roared and then moved away coldly. She was in the midst of playing with the silly twins and did not care about Kyla. "Kyla! Aren't you scared of it? She's called Princess. The two behind are Black Ma and White Ma." Kyla took out a banknote from her wallet. "Black Ma, White Ma, could you please lead the way?" Black Ma and White Ma charged up and fought to take the banknote. Oh my God! What's happening? Could wolves be bribed with money? Perhaps I should bring my wallet when I go to the wild too, Fanny thought. All right, stop fighting. I'll give you one each. Black Ma and White Ma could not resist money at all, given that they could go to the supermarket themselves. The entire mountain town knew the two of them. They knew how to buy items and pay themselves. Of course, they could not add. Once, there was a cashier who charged them $100 more. Then, Chen Zhao appeared and beat the cashier up at the spot. The cashier was fired very soon after. Since then, nobody dared to deceive them. Won't they attack people? All the animals here do not attack people. They're pets, Kyla said. Princess, can you help me to move the car to the roadside? I'll pay. Princess strolled to the car. Crash! Fanny was startled. As Princess hit the car with her body, the car slid to the side of the path. However, Kyla would probably have to repair the door. After walking a few minutes, Fanny finally saw some light in the distance. In the lake was the reflection of a magnificent mansion. Under the night sky, the scenery was especially elegant. The gloominess had vanished totally, replaced by calming light. Where the light and shadows met, the chuckles of children could be heard. There even seemed to be kids playing in the water. Why would they allow children to play in the lake at this hour? It's dangerous, Fanny muttered to herself. Fanny and Kyla approached the house and knocked on the floor-to-ceiling window. Hey, Kyla, have you eaten? Come and eat something. Chapter 544, I Know a Therapist. Chapter 544, I Know a Therapist. When are you leaving? When are you coming back? Fanny asked impatiently. It doesn't go that fast, Chen Zhao said. Fanny, if you need acupuncture now, I can help you do that first. Fanny, since Mr. Chen said that, you don't need to worry. I just want to know the exact time. Mr. Chen, can we stay the night? Sure. Be my guest. After accepting Chen Zhao's acupuncture, Fanny felt the stinging pain in her palm lessen. It didn't feel like she was getting stabbed by needles anymore. However, it could only relieve her pain temporarily. At night, she woke up from the pain again. She went downstairs to find water and suddenly heard a whoosh. When she turned around, she saw a huge creature fly across the front yard. The creature was huge. Its back was already taller than one floor, so Fanny couldn't clearly see what it was at all. Plus, it was too fast. It disappeared in the blink of the eye. Fanny was a bit confused. She actually didn't feel any fear. Instead, she walked out of the room and went to the yard. Fanny looked around. There didn't seem to be anything in the lake on her left. There was a waterfall in the distance. She stared at it. There seemed to be light in the waterfall. Fanny walked over, almost on autopilot. The waterfall wasn't big, but the stones under it were a bit slippery. Fanny stood up with difficulty. She saw that there was more than one light spot in the dark cave inside the waterfall. There seemed to be something staring at her in the darkness. Now, Fanny wasn't sure if this was a dream or reality. Perhaps it was a dream. Hello. A snake head darted out of the cave. Huge. Huge. One pair of light spots were from this head. There were other spots of light deep inside the cave too. There was a sharp horn on the snake's head. The skin was slightly red and a red tongue darted out. It approached Fanny. Fanny was completely treating this as a dream now. She reached out her right hand, slowly approaching the snake. The snake's tongue licked Fanny's palm and slowly opened its mouth. This scene should be terrifying, but Fanny felt no fear. Perhaps it was due to it being a dream. She didn't feel any evil intentions from the snake. The snake started inhaling. Something seemed to get sucked out of Fanny's palm. It was a green vapor. It felt comfortable, like when she applied the ointment, the cool feeling. After a few inhales, the snake licked Fanny's palm again. Suddenly, she heard a voice sound in her ears. Sleep. Go to sleep. Mr. Chin, Fanny still hasn't woken up. When Kyla went downstairs, she saw Chin Zhao sitting in the dining room alone. No. Let her sleep a bit more. Kyla waited for 2 hours, but Fanny still didn't get up. Opening her bedroom door, Kyla found her still deep in sleep. That's weird. Is she that tired? She's sleeping like a rock. Just then, Fanny happened to wake up. Kyla, why are you in my room? Fanny, aren't you a picky sleeper too? How come you slept so well? I don't know. I had a weird dream last night. Okay, I'm not interested in your dream. Get up and go wash. Huh? When Fanny got up, she discovered that her palm didn't hurt at all. The burn seemed to have healed a lot too. What's wrong? Kyla asked. It was sticky. Fanny touched her left hand. There seemed to be a layer of sticky stuff on it. This was too weird. What was it? Do you feel unwell? Should I call Mr. Chin? No, I don't feel unwell at all. Fanny went downstairs. She was still confused about the stuff on her left hand. Fanny, what are you looking at? Is there something on your hand? Kyla, does Mr. Chin have a big snake? Big snake? Yeah, did you see Raymond? Raymond? Where? Fanny hadn't seen him. Look, it's under the plant. Wow. Such a big, poisonous snake. Fanny was shocked, but she quickly calmed down again. No, that's not it. What's not it? I dreamed of a big snake yesterday. It was in the cave under the waterfall. You went to the waterfall last night. It's dangerous. It's too slippery. No, it's just a dream. After breakfast, Fanny was about to put on her shoes when she realized her feet were dirty. Huh? Fanny's eyebrow arched. Fanny, ready. We have to leave. Fanny suddenly rushed out barefooted. Fanny. Where are you going? Kyla followed Fanny out. Fanny ran to the front yard and then the waterfall. Fanny, come back. It's dangerous. Don't slip. Fanny was unmoved. She didn't care about the waterfall splashing on her either. Are you there? Hello? Are you there? Mr. Snake. Just then, Chen Zhao walked over. When Kyla saw him, she immediately said, Mr. Chin, do you know what's going on? Why is Fanny acting like this? I don't know. Chen Zhao shook his head. Strange. Did I mess up anywhere? Fanny ran into the cave. It wasn't deep. There were only 5 or 6 meters. There was nothing other than some puddles of water. Nothing. How can there be nothing? Why is there nothing? Fanny's face was filled with confusion. This was impossible. Why was there nothing here? She ran out of the cave again and went to Chinzhao and Kyla. Pulling Chinzhao, she demanded, "You know, right, Mr. Chin?" "What? What are you talking about?" "The big snake." "Where is it?" "What big snake?" "You mean Raymond?" "Not Raymond. A big snake. Bigger than me. Maybe like me. Its head has a big horn." Chinzhao glanced at Kyla and whispered, "Are you sure Fanny's all right in there?" "I'm not crazy. Don't think I have mental issues. I'm very clear-headed." Fanny was like an angry cat. "I know what I'm saying. I realize that my feet are dirty." "Oh. You were walking around the house barefooted," Kyla said. "No, I'm sure. I had moss on my feet. Look, it's like this." Afraid that she wasn't being clear, Fanny even lifted her feet. "I wasn't dreaming last night. I really did come here and saw a big snake. A really, really big snake. Kyla, I know a therapist." Chapter 545, Leave. Chapter 545, Leave. "Fanny, let's go," Kyla urged. "You don't trust me, do you?" "No, I do trust you. You just don't believe me." Fanny stamped her foot in anger. Kyla gave Chinzhao a look of apology and went to chase Fanny. Chinzhao rubbed his nose helplessly. On their way back, Fanny remained silent. "Fine, stop being mad. I'll buy you the latest Baroness handbag." "No. Kyla, I'm really disappointed. Do you think that I've lost my mind?" "No, I really trust you." "That's a lie. Why would you believe my ridiculous story?" "Actually, on my first night in Mr. Chinzhao's house, I also saw some supernatural creatures." Fanny immediately turned to look at Kyla. "Seriously? I'm not too sure. I even suspect that I might be dreaming," Kyla said. "I think I saw goblins." "You surely think that I'm insane too, but I'm serious." Hearing that, Fanny fell silent. After a while, she said, "Last night, for some reason, I went downstairs and then saw an enormous creature run past the forecourt. It's giant, many times bigger than Princess. And then I went to look for the creature and found the cave. There, I saw an enormous snake." "How big was it?" "I think its neck alone was 40 centimeters in diameter. Its head was as big as my body." "Did it not attack you?" "No, it seemed friendly, or at least I thought so." Fanny said, "It licked my hand. When I woke up this morning, my hand was sticky." Kyla touched Fanny's palm. It indeed felt sticky. "Boss." Murphy ran to Chinzhao. "How come you're here? I don't need your help in the day." "Go," Chinzhao said. "Boss, I would like to apply for leave." Murphy looked at Chinzhao with an awkward face. Chinzhao frowned. What did a boss hate most? Employees applying for leave, obviously. Chinzhao actually hoped that Murphy would be on duty even outside his working hours. Chinzhao was merely being polite just now. "Reason?" Murphy lowered his head. He opened his mouth a few times but did not say anything. "Why? Is it something you can't tell me?" No. Actually, it's Professor Carlo. Murphy was still very scared, fearful of Chinzhao. Perhaps the others did not know how terrifying Chinzhao was, but he did. Even the two legendary creatures hidden in the basement could frighten him. Not long ago, dozens of people had vanished in this very mansion. Murphy knew every detail. He was kind of scared of Chinzhao's every action. He asked you to help him? Chen Zhao asked. Yes, Murphy answered carefully. Don't tell me you've been working for both me and him all this while. Chen Zhao squinted and glared at Murphy. No. No. It's my father. He owes Professor Carlo a favor. Son paying his father's debt. Fine. Chen Zhao closed his eyes and lay on the lounger. Murphy stood at the side in silence, awaiting Chen Zhao's reply. Chen Zhao did not like Carlo. It was a very subjective thing. He felt that Carlo was just like Pierce South. Of course, Carlo was not as threatening. But they were both eager for quick success. Why did Carlo ask Murphy to come here in the first place? To steal his painting and show off. In fact, Carlo's action was similar to what Pierce South had done. They both wanted to force him with unconventional means. Of course, Chen Zhao would not allow them to do whatever they wanted. He was not a friend of Carlo. Why must he help Carlo? Because they had met once. Because they had both survived that night. Chen Zhao had survived with Tyler, not Carlo. That night, Carlo did not once stop to help him. Moreover, even if it was Tyler, Chen Zhao would not agree to all his requests. In some sense, he owed Tyler a favor, but it was not that much. Chen Zhao obviously would not agree if Tyler were to invite him to die together. How dangerous was that mountain? Even Chen Zhao was unsure. 2 crypt demons almost wiped out the entire adventure team. Deeper into the mountain, there would surely be more crypt demons. Chen Zhao might be able to deal with 1, 2, or 3 of them, but how about more? Chen Zhao did not think that he was invincible. Unless someone he knew was in danger. If it was Fei Lai, he would go. If it was Ethan, he would go as well. And the same for Sienna. These people were really close to him. Even for several others, Chen Zhao would think about it. Chapter 546, Boxing Competition. Chapter 546, Boxing Competition. Chen Zhao thought that he'd convinced Murphy's father. But after 3 seconds of silence, Murphy's father said, "Sorry. Despite what you said, Murphy still has to go." Fuck. Crack. Murphy ran over at the sound and saw that his phone had been shattered. "Boss, you have to pay for my phone." "Take it." Chen Zhao tossed him $100 bill. He studied Murphy for a while and asked, "Where's your mom? Are you unhappy from the talk with my dad?" "It actually wasn't that bad," Chen Zhao said nonchalantly. Murphy looked at the pieces of his phone on the ground. This was the result of something that wasn't that bad. So, what would he do if it was bad? "It's always been my mom who contacted me," Murphy said. "I don't have her contact info." Chen Zhao rubbed his forehead. "Then, where does your dad live?" Murphy stopped talking. It felt like Chen Zhao wanted to kill his dad. Judging from his tone, Chen Zhao really wanted to kill his dad. "Do you have to go?" Murphy lowered his head. After a pause, he said, "I have to listen to my dad." "Come back alive," Chen Zhao said. "Boss, is that an order?" Chen Zhao kicked Murphy's thigh. On the rare occasion that he was acting sentimental, this guy just had to ruin the atmosphere. "I went once and almost died," Chen Zhao said. "I hope you're luckier than me." Murphy gulped. If Chen Zhao had almost died, then it must truly be dangerous. All Chen Zhao could do was to remind Murphy and tell him how far it was. Other than that, he couldn't do anything else. Go in there with him. No way. Professor Carlo. Mr. Chen, you actually called me. How unusual. So, did you think it through? You want to join my expedition team? My team is full now, but if it's you, then I'd love to add you in. Think it through. Only those who haven't thought it through would want to join your team. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. Come here and take Murphy away. I'm a bit busy, Carlos said politely. Can Murphy come alone? He didn't want to face Chen Zhao. He felt that there was something wrong with Chen Zhao's tone. What, you don't want to see me? But I miss you so much. How about I go over there? Oh, your team is full, right? Let me help you test their abilities, just in case there are any cheaters. I'll come over right now. Chen Zhao was clearly threatening him. If he didn't go over, then Chen Zhao would come. The team that he put together with such difficulty might get torn apart with Chen Zhao's bare hands. He didn't think that his men could fight with someone who killed a crypt demon if they didn't use guns. A while later, Carlo hurried to Chen Zhao's house. Mr. Chen. Professor Carlo, I have a nautical diary. You should be able to translate it for me, right? Spanish. Carlo put on his glasses. The language is quite ancient. Some of the grammar has even disappeared from modern Spanish. You can translate it, right? This counts as repaying what I owe, right? Carlo asked. Yes. There's quite a lot of content in this diary. Just leave it with me for now. I'll translate it when I have time and return it to you. Chen Zhao scoffed. Then, no. This diary can't leave my line of sight. You can come over to translate when you have time. You'll repay your debt when you finish. Mr. Chen, how about you go with me to that place? When we come out, I'll arrange some time to help you translate this diary. This old bastard moved back to this within 3 sentences. You better die in there, Chen Zhao said, annoyed. Remember to bring Murphy out in one piece. Carlo took Murphy away. Chen Zhao was a bit worried about Murphy, but since he wanted to go die there, it wasn't like Chen Zhao would stop him. Just then, his phone rang. It was Tiger. Mr. Chen, I have a competition today. Do you have time? Okay, no problem. Where? Chen Zhao had called Gaia and Tiger these past 2 days. He knew that Tiger already entered the elimination round of the state BBL. Today's round would produce the top 32 boxers. Chen Zhao was quite excited to see Tiger's performance. He called Fei Lai, wanting her to go together and cheer Tiger on. Boxing was a very enthusiastic sport in America. Even though BBL was a second-tier competition, it still couldn't stop the audience's enthusiasm. When Chen Zhao and Fei Lai arrived, the thousands of seats were already filled. Tiger now had a professional coaching team. It had been established by Gaia personally. Just then, the MC got on stage. Welcome to the state BBL elimination competition. Today is the first round. Now, let's welcome our contestants. George Rodney from Pennsylvania is the champion of his state. He participated in 98 professional competitions, KO'd his opponent 19 times, and reached 190 kilograms for his heaviest weight lifted. Welcome. George Rodney entered the ring with a cape. He jogged around the ring under the audience's cheers. Now, let's welcome George's opponent. Tiger Joller is currently studying at UCLA, but he's an infamous genius. He received his professional license last year and KO'd his opponent 3 times in a row in this year's BBL qualifying. He's also the champion of his state. Can he KO his opponent again this time? Let's watch and see. Welcome. Tiger wasn't fast. He sauntered through the opponent's passage. Gaia and the team followed behind him. Chen, that kid can win, right? Fei Lai knew that Tiger was Chen Zhao's student, so she naturally supported him. She wasn't interested in boxing, but supporting her man and his student was natural. If he loses, I'm going to throw him into the lake for 3 days and 3 nights. Now, the match begins. The MC retreated and the referee entered. Amidst the whistle, the referee's hand fell down. The match officially began. Tiger reached out a fist, wanting to bump fists with George. This was a show of a friendly fight on the boxing ring. It was also good sportsmanship and respect for the opponent. But George ignored Tiger. His fist hooked up at Tiger suddenly. Tiger leaned back, dodging the punch. He didn't expect George to be so sly. Of course, this wasn't illegal, because the match had already begun. Sneak attacks were allowed. It went against sportsmanship, but it didn't break the rules. Jeers came from the audience. They also thought that this was a shameful move. Kid, pretty lucky, huh? Come and try to punch me, if you can get me, of course. Chapter 547, KO. Chapter 547, KO. Chen Zhao frowned. Tiger's opponent was really an asshole. Fei Lai was similarly displeased. She stood up at once and shouted, "Tiger, beat the shit out of him." Stunned, Chen Zhao looked at Fei Lai. He had never seen her being so forceful. Tiger seemed to have noticed the voice from the front seats. Turning his head slightly, he glanced in Chen Zhao and Fei Lai's direction. Just then, George Rodney attacked again. Thud. Tiger was hit and took 2 steps back. "Kid, where you looking?" George Rodney smirked. Tiger shook his head. The punch was too weak. Compared to Chen Zhao and Gaia, it was more like a scratch. Just then, George Rodney initiated a chain of attacks. Left uppercut, right uppercut, uppercut. It seemed like Tiger was unable to fight back at all. Tiger only maintained his defense, blocking all the attacks. Tiger's only being hit. Fei Lai seemed worried. Don't worry. He knows what he's doing. The first round ended very soon. The referee separated the two by force. Tiger returned to the side of the ring. Gaia and some other staff walked up to change his mouthguard and feed him water. "How is it?" Gaia asked. So. His strength is mediocre. Won't be able to threaten me with quick punches. Good. Do what you have to. Chen and Fei Lai are in the audience. Don't keep them waiting. Got it. I'll end it this round, Tiger said. In the opposite corner, George Rodney was also talking to his coach. He was drinking in big mouthfuls. In the first round, he had been attacking continuously, which was exhausting. "George, make it quick. It's too tiring to attack like that," his coach said. I know. Stop repeating that. Can't you see that he couldn't even fight back? KO him ASAP. Yup. Ding. The second round began. Tiger and George returned to their spots, facing each other. George resumed his steady attack. In his opinion, Tiger was no match for him at all. However, unlike the first round, Tiger did not just defend. He suddenly raised his fist and punched out like a bolt of lightning. It was quick, accurate, and powerful. His fist landed hard on George's face, after which he withdrew his hand and stepped back. George froze on the spot. Then, he slowly collapsed on his side. Raw. The audience cheered loudly. Tiger. What's the most exciting thing you can see in a boxing match? KO. Everyone had been waiting for a KO. At the moment, Tiger's punch was being replayed continuously on the big screen. 401 kilometers. God, that's a fast punch. I didn't even see how he attacked. Me too. I saw Tiger move back and then George stopped moving. Should have bet on him. Damn, I've lost 200, but I think I'm in love with him. Nice one. Tiger, I love you. The referee had already started the count for George, who was on the floor. Unfortunately, after the count of 10, George still did not get up. He was actually unconscious, but nobody knew how injured he was. Nevertheless, it was a boxing match. Even if he died, nobody would remember him. Nobody would sympathize with the losers. They would only cheer for the victors. Tiger enjoyed the cheers of the crowd, but he only looked at Chen Zhao. Mr. Chen, did you see that? I did it. I did it. I'll bring you the championship belt. Chen Zhao and Fei Lai also stood up to applaud for Tiger. After the match, Tiger still had to undergo a urine test. Chen Zhao did not wait for him. He and Fei Lai drove back home. Just then, he received a call from Dell. Chen, the boxer that you introduced to me is great. He had a match just now. It was amazing. Then put more effort into him. I've invested quite a lot in him. Chen Zhao had invested in Tiger in order to earn more money. That was the final goal. Meanwhile, it would be great if Tiger could enjoy flowers and honor, fame, fortune, and the joy of victory. When shall we go hunting again? Fuck, have you forgotten the last encounter? No, I mean normal hunting. Can't take that again. If you weren't there, Johnny and I might have stayed in that mountain forest forever. After a short pause, Dell added that Carlo even found my house and asked for funding to help his team. Chen Zhao frowned. Did you agree? No, why would I? My money didn't just fall from the sky. I heard from Johnny that Carlo went to find him too. That old asshole is really trying everything he can. He even asked me to join his team. What a plan. Asking the rich for money and the strong for power. Dell laughed. The next day. Chen Zhao had only been to UCLA 4 times this month. This was the 5th time. The college car park was full again. Chen Zhao could only park the RV on the roadside. Wright had told him that she had not seen Princess in a long while. Chen Zhao had specially brought Princess and the rest here. Most people in the college were already used to seeing the group of pets. They also knew who their master was. Of course, most of them would still choose to avoid the gang. It was Simba and Nala's first time here, so they seemed to be particularly curious about their surroundings. With Briar and Bramble, they formed a 4-man gang. At home, there was no mischief they would not commit. Outside, they were similarly fearless. Meow. I came, I saw, I conquered. Standing on Princess's back, Samuel meowed loudly. Princess, bring them and visit Wright. Black Ma, White Ma, look after the little guys. Don't let them go missing. Chen Zhao headed straight to the boxing club. Princess and the rest were already familiar with the place. Even without Chen Zhao, they could find Wright's office. Nonetheless, when they entered the office building, they still managed to cause an uproar. Even if they did nothing, as long as they stood in the corridor, nobody would dare to near them. At the moment, there were 5 young men and women in Wright's office. They had just finished their applications to become lecturers at UCLA. Bang, bang. Suddenly, they heard someone knock on the door. The 5 lecturers were somewhat confused. Who would knock on Wright's door like this? Open the door, Wright said. The moment they did so, they were startled by the huge mouth outside. Ah! Chapter 548, Two-Person World. Chapter 548, Two-Person World. Mr. Chin. Mr. Chin. Who is that? Why does everyone in the boxing club respect him so much? Is he a coach? Him. He's the mascot of our club. He's the strongest. Isn't Tiger the strongest of our club? Tiger is his student. But he looks normal and kind of small. As soon as Chen Zhao arrived at the club, the members latched onto him to practice. Of course, it wasn't the members training Chen Zhao but Chen Zhao training them. Okay, Chen Zhao had quite a history with the club. So, after changing into the gear, Chen Zhao came. Hey, what kind of force do you want? Chen Zhao asked. Mr. Chen, I want to try what Tiger usually takes. Are you sure? Then maybe a bit softer. The person across from him wasn't really sure either. Actually, they wanted to train with Chen Zhao, but they didn't know how strong he could be. They just wanted to experience Tiger's training process. Sure. Then I'll start. Don't push yourself too much, Chen Zhao reminded. A lot of people gathered around the ring, but some newbie whispered, that Asian really likes to brag. He's about the same size as Cobley, but he told Cobley to watch out. The surrounding people looked at the newbie strangely and stopped talking. Boom! A muffled thud came from the ring. Chen Zhao's punch had already come. Cobley's body floated up and flew back. He flew more than 30 inches before he stopped himself. He could barely stay steady. His arms were numb. Thankfully, this punch hit the pad. Even behind the cushion, he could still feel how terrifying the punch was. How strong was a punch that could send a 1.9-meter tall guy flying? Seeing that Cobley wasn't hurt, Chen Zhao was about to attack again. Mr. Chen. Cobley cried out. Stop, enough. I'll get hurt if you keep going. That's it. Chen Zhao only punched once on the ring and it ended. It didn't feel enough at all. At least let him sweat a bit. I'll do it. Mr. Chen, I want to try too. Everyone wanted to try getting sent flying by a professional boxer. A dozen people came in a row. Each one wanted to see what it felt like to get blasted by Chen Zhao. This trend didn't stop until Tiger came. Alright, you guys. Tiger called. Stop giving Mr. Chen trouble. After Tiger changed his clothes and got the gear, he went up to the ring. He could clearly feel his improvement after getting trained by Chen Zhao and Gaia. While punching, Chen Zhao asked, Tiger, how was yesterday's fight? Not bad. The opponent was kind of weak. The opponents will only get stronger. Don't drag things out in the next round. KO him directly if you can. Try to preserve your energy. If you're on the defensive for an entire round like yesterday, you'll get hurt. Okay, got it. How's the strength now? Want me to go harder? Yeah, add some more. Tiger nodded. It was the most terrifying day for the 5 new lecturers. Because Wright wanted them to help take care of Princess and the others. The smaller ones were all right. But Princess, the silly twins, and Abitos were large carnivores. They were also gigantic. Before Wright left, she also said that if they weren't eaten today, they would be hired officially. They didn't even know if Wright was joking or being serious. They didn't receive salvation until the pet's owner came in the evening. When Chen Zhao got home, he saw a few cars parked in front of the house. He entered and found that his mom had come. Yura was sitting on the side with an upset expression. Fei Lai stood on the side, giving Chen Zhao's mom tea. Mom, how come you're here? I'm bringing Yura back. To be honest, Chen Zhao's mom was very surprised to see that Yura had actually gotten tan. She didn't have the sluggishness from before. Her entire being had become spirited. You've already played here for more than 10 days. I'm not playing, Yura refuted. I'm staying here so brother can help treat me. Stop adding trouble for your brother, her mom said. You can come to play when you have time. Do I have to go back to that glass box? Her mom's heart clenched. That glass box was like a prison to Yura. No, you don't need it anymore. Chen Zhao, I'm bringing Yura back now. Mom, don't you want to stay for dinner? No, or else Yura might find another excuse to stay. It's actually not a problem for her to stay. His mom chuckled. Chen Zhao treated Yura greatly, but they weren't a family, in the end. The thing between Chen Zhao and his mom would never disappear. After Yura left, Cheryl lost her friend, so Sienna and Chris brought her home too. The house quieted down suddenly. To be honest, after the two kids messed around for a dozen days, Chen Zhao wasn't really used to the sudden peace. Fei Lai felt a bit regretful because she didn't have the chance to show her good housewife side. But at night, Chen Zhao and Fei Lai weren't restricted to the bedroom anymore. They could enjoy shamelessly in every corner of the house. They didn't have to worry about the kids outside their room seeing. When they got tired, they could lay on the ground and rest for a few minutes before starting again. This was the life that made them happy. The two battled from the inside to outside the house. Then they started playing in the pool. Chen, I want a drink. Okay, I'll go get it. Chen Zhao ran into the kitchen naked. When he brought out a few cans of beer, it suddenly disappeared from his arms. He froze. Where was the beer? Where did it go? Did he accidentally put it into his spatial ring? But there didn't seem to be anything in the ring. Chen Zhao looked everywhere, but there was nothing. Chen, how come you're taking so long? Okay. I'm coming. Chapter 549, Goddess Nuos Understanding. Chapter 549, Goddess Nuos Understanding. Chen Zhao took out a few more cans of beer. This time, nothing bizarre happened. However, Chen Zhao could not forget about it. After all, he was a senior wizard, and it was his house. However, something which he could not comprehend had happened. Chen Zhao was very much put on alert. After Fei Lai went to sleep, Chen Zhao went to the living room. AI, find the video record of the living room and kitchen from 12:05 to 12:10. Very soon, the video was being played on the television. In the video, Chen Zhao entered the kitchen at 12:06. Then, he walked out with the beer. The entire process only took more than 20 seconds. Chen Zhao stared at the screen. Suddenly, something flashed in the video. Then, the beer disappeared. What was it? Chen Zhao frowned. What exactly had happened? There was nothing in the video, but the strange thing really did happen. Chen Zhao looked completely lost, just like him in the video. He stood up and walked to the location of the peculiar occurrence. Looking around, he searched for anything that might be suspicious. Eventually, Chen Zhao's eyes locked onto the brush painting hung on the wall. He stared at the painting. It was an ordinary landscape painting with mountains and water. In the painting, the mountains towered into the clouds. It seemed rather unique. Since Chen Zhao received the painting, he had never discovered anything special about it. Was it because of the painting? Chen Zhao was unsure. However, in his immediate surroundings, the painting was the most suspicious item. Moreover, the painting had an unusual background. In Treat Pemton's great collection, most items were extremely valuable. Even the nautical dairy, which was initially thought to be worthless, was proved useful. All in all, Chen Zhao was very suspicious about the painting's origin. Suddenly, Chen Zhao seemed to notice something among the mountains and fog. Chen Zhao continued to stare at it. It moved. The thing moved. It was not a mountain. The next moment, Chen Zhao felt the entire world spin. Then, he realized that he was at the foot of a mountain covered in clouds. Fuck, it's actually the painting. He was in the painting. He was in the painting right now. Although Chen Zhao had never inspected the painting carefully, he could more or less recognize the scenery. Suddenly, the fog began to dissipate. Chen Zhao saw something as big as a mountain. A gargantuan beast. It was an enormous tortoise with a dozen mountain peaks on its back. The tortoise moved its head before Chen Zhao. Its neck was thin and long. No, it was actually a turtle. It was a super turtle. However, it only seemed to have 3 legs. Chen Zhao felt like something was stuck in his throat. He could not even shout. Chen Zhao did not know how powerful it was, but it was 20 or 30 times larger than Beelzebub Zophie's true form. It was like the difference between Princess and Briar and Bramble. Anyway, it was simply very, extremely big. Chen Zhao thought that he was basically a monster among humans. But a punch from his right arm was at most 5 tons. It was surely insignificant to the super beast before him. Who are you? Chen Zhao asked in Chinese. It was probably a Chinese turtle. I'm your fucking dad. The turtle replied in English. Chen Zhao was speechless. You're a Western monster. Monster. Your entire family are monsters. Looking at my size, you should at least call me Divine Beast, right? How did you learn English? What do you think? I've been drifting in the West for 100 years, hung on the wall every now and then. Everyone around me spoke English. Even a fool would have learned the language. You can hear people outside speak. What? How would I learn it if I can't hear them? Fine. Chen Zhao was speechless. The turtle was a senior international student. May I ask, who are you? Notice my 3 legs. What does that remind you of? The giant turtle stared at Chen Zhao in anticipation. 3-legged turtle. The turtle seemed upset. I'm the great turtle. Let me read the classic of mountains and seas when I get back. The 3-legged turtle was even more disappointed. Don't you recall anything? Like Goddess Nuwa. Oh. I know. Got it. Chapter 550, In and Out. Chapter 550, In and Out. Don't you have any internal alchemy pills? The kind that can take me straight to heaven. Yes. You want some? Yes, if you're willing to give me some. Then take it. Old Turtle opened his mouth and a stone ball the size of a basketball fell before Chen Zhao. This is my internal alchemy. Eat it and you can go to heaven. Chen Zhao reached out and patted it. It was harder than stone. You're kidding, right? No, I'm serious. That's my internal alchemy. You just took it out to make a sport of me because you know I can't chew it, right? I have so much of this. There's no point in making a sport out of you. You have a lot. Duh. I've been in the human world for thousands of years. I just cultivate when I'm bored. What's so strange about cultivating such a large internal alchemy over thousands of years? Chen Zhao opened the mouth of gluttony and tried biting the internal alchemy. Then, pain came from the mouth. Fuck, broke my teeth. Okay, Chen Zhao didn't have the luck to enjoy this thing. Do you have any collections and stuff? Give me an adventure. Yeah, Old Turtle said. Really? Here. Old Turtle opened its mouth. A pile of scrap metal tumbled out. Chen Zhao looked through all the metal. There was a bronze sword, an iron sword, a knight sword, a samurai sword. Anyway, there were a bunch of things. But most of them were covered with rust. There was one well-preserved bronze sword though. The pattern was pretty too. The image on the blade, the detailed pattern. Is this the Xianyuan sword? You're overthinking. This was from years ago when the painting hung in some king's palace. I stole it from the king's room. But it's the most well-preserved, so it should be the best, right? I just kept it because I think it's pretty. Fuck, I want divine weapons. Why did you get me all this shit? They could survive my saliva. That means they're not bad quality. Even if they're not divine weapons, they're still treasures. You can use them to chop people up. What era is this? Using this to chop people up. You want me to die faster? Even a submachine gun is more realistic. Chen Zhao was completely disappointed. This old turtle wasn't reliable or sane. Chen Zhao held a samurai sword with his left hand and the bronze sword in the right. Huff, huff, ha, ha. He lost interest after a few chops. Then he lay on the ground and rolled around. He couldn't go out. How do I get out? I'm not going to be stuck in here with an old turtle for a few thousand years, right? Are there any monsters other than you in here? Get some out for me to chop up. I'm so bored. There were before. And now. One day, I wanted to move my body. I accidentally squashed it. That's a sad story. Chen Zhao suddenly thought of something. How do you look outside? How come I can't see it? Close your eyes and look with your soul. Use my soul. Chen Zhao closed his eyes. Suddenly, an image appeared in his mind. It was the view of his living room from the wall. His heart jumped and he suddenly felt a pull. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that he was already back in the living room. Hey, I'm out. Ha! I'm out. Just then, Fei Lai woke up from the sound. She walked out of her bedroom and saw Chen Zhao dancing around with a bronze sword in the living room. Chen, what are you doing? Ha! Fei Lai, did I wake you up? What happened? Why are you so happy? No, nothing. Chen Zhao shook his head with a laugh. Where did you get that sword from? From the trash. Chen Zhao put it inside his spatial ring and looked back at the river map. Was this the famous river map? By now, the content had returned to the painting of clouds and mountains. But it felt so nice to be able to come out. At least, he wouldn't be stuck in it for eternity like Old Turtle. He could still sleep with Fei Lai in his arms. Next day. After Fei Lai left, Chen Zhao went into the river map again. It was very easy to enter. There was no difficulty at all. Old Turtle, do you want me to bring some things for you? Chen Zhao asked. Old Turtle had been stuck here for thousands, no, millions of years. It was more than enough. Game console, Old Tortoise said without hesitation. Game console. Are you sure you can play it? You're huge. But then Old Turtle shook. The misty mountains vanished. The tortoise turned into human form. He was a white-haired elder with whiskers that hung to his feet. I've cultivated for millennia. If I can't even transform, then I would have wasted all those years. But there's no electricity. Can't you get an energy generator? Get a kinetic energy generator, Old Turtle said. Don't get the gas-powered ones. You know about that stuff too. Shut up. I've lived for millions of years. Okay, Chen Zhao would change the topic. This Old Turtle probably knew more than him. Talking about these things in front of him was looking for embarrassment. Also, get me a home theater set. Get me all of the movies you can find. And wine. The more the better. Old Turtle wasn't acting like a stranger at all. After finishing his requests, he added, "Don't say that I don't care for you. Take my internal alchemy out. You can't eat it, but it's still filled with spiritual chi. It can fill your surroundings with spiritual chi." Chen Zhao looked at the huge pill. He could bring it out easily by putting it in his spatial ring. But where would he put it? He could throw it in the lake. Alright, he'd throw it in Mirror Lake. After going out, Chen Zhao planned on getting Old Turtle his entertainment equipment. Before he could leave, a woman approached his house. She was a tall woman in tight-fitting clothes and wavy hair. Because she was a stranger, the home system wouldn't open the door. The woman could only get down before the window and look inside the living room. However, the living room window was made out of galvanized glass. It blocked all outside light. This meant that people looking in from the outside would be like looking at a mirror. They wouldn't be able to see anything other than themselves. Chen Zhao had the system open the door. He looked at this oddly dressed beauty. "Miss, are you lost? Are you Chen Zhao? That Chinese guy? Pretty obvious, right? Murphy's in danger. I hope you can help me save him. Did Carlos send you? Does he want to trick me over there like this?" Chapter 551, Linear Plot. Chapter 551, Linear Plot. The fact that Chen Zhao hated Carlo did not prevent him from admiring the beauty before him. She looked particularly charming in her tight clothes. "I'm not sent by that old asshole Carlo," the black-haired beauty said. "I'm Murphy's mom." Spit. Chen Zhao almost vomited blood. The lady who looked as old as him was Murphy's mother. "Stop lying. I'm serious. I'm already 56 this year." Chen Zhao did not believe it. He couldn't. There was no way this 20-year-old lady could be Murphy's mom. "Were you 5 when you were pregnant with Murphy? Have you forgotten my bloodline?" "Vampire. My name is Agnes Dracula. I don't like people calling me a vampire." "Dracula. That Dracula. Dracula is a common surname among the kindred." "I'm not sure if Count Dracula really exists," Agnes said. "But it won't make sense for him to exist. We live for at most 150 years, not 400. Don't the kindred age? Not if we drink enough human blood." "Fine. How much human blood have you drunk? Are you going to help me save Murphy or not?" Agnes asked. She was already impatient. Chen Zhao had kept changing the topic. "Sorry, I'm busy." Chen Zhao had already advised Murphy not to go. But he had to go and kill himself. Why must Chen Zhao take the risk? It was not like Murphy was his son. $1 million, Agnes said with a serious tone as she stared at Chen Zhao. "Why are you asking me? I'm just a human. But I know you're strong. But I'm scared of death." "Me too," Agnes said. "Everyone is. Thanks for your understanding. The door is there. Goodbye." "Do you know why Murphy's father insisted that Murphy go there?" "I'm not interested in any stories." Chen Zhao covered his ears. He was determined not to get himself involved. Regardless of what Agnes was about to say, he would not go. Not even with $1 million. That place was too dangerous. It would not matter how much money he could receive if he died there. "Severn and I met 22 years ago." As if she did not hear Chen Zhao's words, Agnes continued talking. "I'm not interested. Wait for me to finish." That time, I was already pregnant with Murphy. Which means Murphy isn't your husband's son. But Severin still raised Murphy up like his own son. And then. But as he aged, I was still young. He began to try all he could to become a kindred like me. What a great ambition. Chen Zhao could not help but satirize. Since Agnes really wanted to tell him the story, he would listen. But even after that, he would not go to the place. Wait. Don't tell me Murphy is Carlo's son. Chen Zhao suddenly felt that it was very likely. Agnes' husband found a wife and got a son for free. He appeared to be obedient and responsible, but he was actually distorted inside. Then he deliberately sent Murphy to Carlo. So that Carlo could kill Murphy. This seemed to be the right plot. Anyway, this was what would happen in films. Stop overthinking. Murphy is unrelated to Carlo. I'm unrelated to Carlo too. Agnes added, I was only in Carlo's team for a period of time in the past. Unfortunate. What? Chen Zhao found it unfortunate that the plot did not unfold according to his imagination. There was no love and hatred. The plot seemed too linear and uninteresting. Any American series with such a plotline would surely be dead after 3 episodes. Anyway, it turns out that the ancient ruin Carlo's about to explore is actually very much related to the kindred. Carlo said that the ruin contains the elixir of life. Don't tell me it's a potion that converts a person into a vampire. Correct. Severin asked Murphy to go so that Murphy could bring him the potion. Chen Zhao yawned. What a boring story. And then. Although the story was dull, Chen Zhao had already listened to half of it. In fact, it's not a potion to convert into a kindred. According to records in our family, it's a potion to convert into a crypt demon. Family records. Carlo said that it's a ruin from the prehistoric era. You really have a long history. The kindred has existed for way longer than you think, Agnes said lightly. According to the records, the kindred had a short civilization. Because we had longer lives than humans, and we never turned old, humans viewed us as gods and wanted to become one of us. Indeed, we also developed a potion that could turn normal humans into the kindred. This continued for 300 years, and then disaster struck. The potion was somehow replaced and the chosen humans didn't become the kindred, but instead crypt demons. The civilization and the empire collapsed. So the kindred had been developing the American continents before humans discovered them. At least that's what my family records say. And then. I still can't find a reason to go to the ruin. But if you tell me that the entire human race is in danger, I might actually consider it. After all, my ambition is to rescue all humans and become the savior. If you help me rescue Murphy, I can help you to kill someone, anyone, Agnes said. How about the person in the White House? Then you can kill me instead, Agnes said, rolling her eyes. Actually, you're quite powerful too, right? Why don't you go by yourself? Of course I'm going, but I'm not confident about going alone, Agnes said. If it's just 1 or 2 crypt demons, I can help, but you said yourself that there could be many of them in the ancient ruin. If we go, we'll probably become their food. I can provide you with weapons, Agnes said. What weapons? In the vehicle outside. Weapons that I've modified myself, Agnes said. Chen Zhao walked to Agnes' car and opened the trunk. The arms inside were enough to start a war. Chen Zhao still did not want to go. Why must he take the risk? Just then, Agnes took down a pendant chain from her neck. A key was hanging on the chain. She gave the chain to Chen Zhao. If you help me, the Dracula family owes you a favor. Chen Zhao grabbed the key. Another key that looked the same. Was it the same key as the one from the grandfather? After taking the key, Chen Zhao hesitated for a while. Did the keys have the same function? Or did they represent something? Did you hit it? Actually, I was just testing out the gun, Chen Zhao said, changing the topic. He'd indeed discovered a crypt demon earlier, but the guy ran too quickly. Or, Chen Zhao's shooting skills were too bad. He was always meters away from the target. As the group forged on, the air grew damp and hot. Fork at the upper left, crypt demon, male, covered 35% with a shell. It discovered us. Bang, bang, bang. Did we hit it? No, the crypt demon hid behind the rock. It's too fast. The group had guns with strong penetrative abilities. But first, they had to hit their target. If they couldn't hit anything, even the best weapons would be useless. Agnes, are you sure Murphy is still alive? Yes, I can feel that he's still alive, Agnes said. But he's in great danger now. Let's hurry up. The group continued on. Each person had around 15 to 20 kilograms of equipment. Under this weight and the damp and hot environment, it was a great test for their fitness. We're already 320 meters underground. Everyone looked at Agnes. Continue, Agnes said. Just then, a man-made structure appeared ahead of them. The ground connected with a tiled tunnel. They entered an underground chamber. Just then, more bodies appeared before them. These bodies had been torn apart long ago. The corpses were piled together and it was disgusting. Agnes wiped her mouth. Her expression turned more worried. Which side? Should be this way, Agnes said, pointing. 2 crypt demons behind us. Male, 50% outer shell. Bang, bang, bang. Hurry, hurry. Don't try fighting. The crypt demons might be surrounding us right now. We can't get surrounded. The group picked up their pace. As they got deeper, more corpses appeared. Finally, a huge abyss appeared before them. There was a 4-sided pyramid in the abyss. Built up from the bottom of the abyss, it was probably more than 100 meters tall. Murphy is inside that pyramid, Agnes said. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.